Every struggle you feel during the day has one quiet root beneath it all. The tension in your chest when things don't go your way. The frustration when people act differently than you hoped. The heavy thoughts that return at night asking. It doesn't come from pain alone. It comes from the inner fight to control what was never yours to command. We were taught to manage everything, to fix every outcome, to hold life tightly, as if letting go meant failure. We learned to plan, to predict, to prepare, but not to accept, not to breathe when reality refuses our instructions, not to soften when life chooses its own path. Yet there is a quieter truth most people never learn. The more you try to control life, the more life pushes back. The more you resist what is, the heavier everything feels. Suffering does not come from events alone. It comes from arguing with reality inside your own mind. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that peace begins the moment you stop demanding control, that freedom is not found in forcing outcomes, but in choosing your response. That acceptance is not weakness, it is strength without exhaustion. This is not about giving up, it is about releasing the struggle that drains you. Learning how to stand steady while life moves as it will. Easing the grip that has kept your mind tense for so long. In this reflection, you will see how suffering fades when control loosens, how acceptance restores calm without surrendering dignity, and how peace appears, not when life obeys you, but when you stop fighting the life that is already here. Something subtle happens when acceptance begins to settle in. The mind doesn't suddenly become quiet, but it starts to notice how much effort it has been wasting. Effort spent pushing against things that never moved because of force. Effort spent replaying moments, rehearsing futures, tightening around outcomes that were never truly in your hands. This is where the next layer reveals itself, quietly, almost uncomfortably, the belief that you were more in control than you ever were. Most suffering hides inside a simple misunderstanding. We confuse influence with control. We tell ourselves that if we think harder, try harder, plan better, or worry longer, life will bend in our favor. It feels responsible. It feels mature. It feels like strength. But beneath it, there is fear. Fear of uncertainty. Fear of loss. Fear of not being ready when things go wrong. The mind reaches for control the way a hand reaches for a railing in the dark. It is not calm. It is bracing. Influence is real. Control is not. You can plant seeds, but you cannot command the rain. You can speak carefully, but you cannot decide how your words will land. You can prepare for the future, but you cannot make it follow your script. The illusion begins when preparation turns into expectation, when effort turns into entitlement, when influence quietly becomes a demand. And the moment reality refuses to comply, tension is born. This illusion is powerful because it rewards us at first. Sometimes things do go our way. Sometimes planning works. Sometimes effort produces results. And the mind quickly draws the wrong lesson. I made this happen. What it forgets is how many things had to align that were never under your control. Timing, other people's choices, chance, health, circumstance. When success happens, we claim ownership. When failure comes, we take it personally. This imbalance feeds suffering. The Stoics saw this clearly. They noticed that people were not broken by events, but by the meaning they attached to their role in those events. When something went wrong, the mind said, I should have prevented this. When something didn't arrive, it said, I failed to make it happen. The pain was not just disappointment, It was self-blame wrapped in the belief of control. The heavier the belief, the heavier the suffering. Trying to control outcomes also pulls the mind out of the present moment. Attention moves forward, scanning for threats, rehearsing scenarios, tightening around what if. The body follows, shoulders tense, breath shortens, rest becomes difficult. Even good moments are not fully felt because the mind is busy protecting the future. This is one of the quiet costs of the illusion. You lose the now while trying to secure the later. Another hidden cost is how it shapes relationships. When you believe you control outcomes, other people start to feel like variables instead of individuals. You begin to manage conversations, steer emotions, predict reactions. When others don't behave as expected, frustration appears. Resentment builds, not because they did something wrong, but because reality refused to follow your plan. Over time, this creates distance, even when love is present. Letting go of this illusion does not mean becoming passive. It means placing effort where it belongs. The Stoics separated what depends on you from what does not. Your actions, your values, your responses, these are yours. Outcomes are not. When effort stays focused on what is yours, it becomes lighter, cleaner, more effective. When effort leaks into controlling results, it becomes exhausting and brittle. There is a strange relief when this truth is fully seen. The mind stops arguing with itself. It no longer needs to replay every decision to check if it could have changed fate. It begins to understand that responsibility does not mean omnipotence. You can act with care and still accept uncertainty. You can do your best without demanding a specific result. This shift changes how failure feels. Instead of being a verdict on your worth or intelligence, it becomes information. Feedback, a moment in a much larger process. Without the illusion of control, failure loses its sting because it no longer attacks your identity. You did what you could. The rest was never yours to command. Peace begins to appear not because life becomes predictable, but because the mind stops pretending it should be. You start meeting events as they arrive, instead of measuring them against expectations. Effort becomes sincere instead of desperate. Action becomes grounded instead of anxious. And slowly, the inner resistance that once fueled suffering begins to soften. This is how acceptance deepens, not through resignation, but through clarity, not through giving up, but through understanding where your power truly ends and where your freedom actually begins. As the illusion of control loosens, something else becomes visible. The mind does not always demand outcomes openly. Sometimes it disguises its need for control behind good intentions, discipline, and careful planning. What once looked like responsibility begins to reveal a quieter tension underneath, a subtle pressure placed on life to behave as expected. There is a moment when preparation stops being a form of care and turns into a silent contract with reality. You prepare, you organize, you rehearse, and somewhere along the way, the mind starts to believe that effort guarantees results. Planning no longer feels like readiness. It feels like insurance. When things unfold differently, the disappointment cuts deeper, not because the outcome was bad, but because life broke an unspoken promise you believed you had earned. Preparation is meant to create stability within you, not control outside of you. When used wisely, it calms the mind. But when preparation becomes excessive, it stops serving peace and starts feeding anxiety. You can feel this shift when planning no longer brings relief, only more scenarios, more lists, more backup plans. The mind keeps adding layers, hoping certainty will appear if everything is accounted for. Instead, tension grows. This happens because the mind mistakes effort for authority. It quietly assumes that preparation places a demand on the future. I did everything right, so this should work. When that expectation is challenged, frustration rises, not at the situation alone, but at the sense of unfairness. The thought appears, after all this effort, how could this happen? That thought is the disguised demand revealing itself. The Stoics warned against this mental trap. They understood that preparation is valuable only when it remains detached from entitlement. You prepare because it aligns with your values, not because it secures outcomes. The moment preparation becomes a bargaining tool, effort exchanged for certainty, it stops being virtuous and becomes fragile. It ties your inner peace to events you do not command. This disguised demand often hides behind perfectionism. The desire to do everything right feels noble, but underneath it often lives fear. Fear of being blamed, fear of regret, fear of appearing unprepared. Perfectionism is not about excellence, it is about control. It pressures the future by exhausting the present. And when reality still surprises you, the fall feels personal. Over-preparation also robs you of adaptability. When the mind is overly attached to a plan, it struggles to adjust when conditions change. Instead of responding fluidly, it resists. It tries to force reality back onto the original path. This resistance increases stress and narrows perception, making it harder to see new solutions that only appear when flexibility is allowed. Another quiet cost is how preparation steals trust from yourself and from life. When you feel the need to prepare for every possible outcome, it suggests a lack of faith in your ability to respond when things go wrong. You start believing that if something wasn't planned for, it will break you. This belief weakens resilience. The truth is that humans have always adapted far better than they predicted. Most strength appears only after the plan fails. Preparation becomes a disguised demand when it is driven by fear instead of intention. There is a difference between calm readiness and anxious control. Calm readiness accepts uncertainty and prepares lightly. Anxious control prepares heavily and still feels unsafe. You can sense the difference in your body. One brings steadiness, the other brings restlessness. Letting go of this demand does not mean abandoning preparation altogether. It means changing the relationship with it. You prepare, then you release the outcome. You plan, then you remain open. You act carefully without attaching your worth or peace to what happens next. This shift transforms preparation into a tool rather than a leash. When preparation is free of demand, failure no longer feels like betrayal. It feels like part of movement. Adjustment replaces frustration. Learning replaces self-criticism. You stop asking, "Why didn't this work?" and start asking, "What is needed now?" This question belongs to the present, not the fantasy of control. As acceptance deepens, preparation becomes lighter, simpler, and more human. You begin to trust your capacity to respond rather than your ability to predict. And in that trust, the mind relaxes. The future is no longer something to negotiate with. It becomes something to meet, steady, alert, and without quiet demands attached. As preparation softens and releases its hidden demands, another layer quietly steps forward. The need to control does not disappear all at once. It changes shape. What once looked like careful planning now presents itself as duty, obligation, and responsibility. It sounds mature, it sounds respectable, but underneath that polished surface, fear is often the true driver. Control frequently wears the mask of responsibility. It tells you that if you don't manage everything, something will collapse. That if you loosen your grip, you are being careless. That staying tense is proof that you care. Over time, this belief becomes exhausting. You are no longer acting from wisdom, but from worry disguised as virtue. Fear is rarely loud. It is subtle. It whispers that things will fall apart if you don't intervene. It convinces you that vigilance equals safety. Responsibility then becomes heavy, not because the task is difficult, but because it carries emotional weight that was never meant to be there. You feel responsible not only for your actions, but for outcomes, moods, and futures that belong to forces far beyond you. This form of control often begins early. Many people learn that love and approval come from being reliable, from fixing problems, from holding things together. Over time, responsibility becomes tied to identity. Letting go feels dangerous, not because something bad will happen, but because you fear losing your sense of worth. Control becomes a way to feel needed. The Stoics recognized this pattern long before modern psychology gave it names. They observed that people often confuse responsibility with ownership. True responsibility lies in how you act, not in how everything turns out. When responsibility crosses into control, it stops being ethical and starts being anxious. It is no longer about doing what is right, but about preventing discomfort at all costs. One of the clearest signs that fear is driving control is tension. When responsibility is healthy, it feels grounded. When fear is in charge, it feels urgent. You rush, you overthink, you replay conversations, you anticipate problems that have not yet appeared. The mind stays busy, not because it is effective, but because it is afraid to be still. This fear-driven control often shows up in relationships. You may feel responsible for how others feel, how they behave, or how they perceive you. When they are upset, you rush to fix it. When they struggle, you feel guilty for not doing more. Slowly, boundaries blur. You take on emotional weight that is not yours, believing that this is what care looks like. But over time, resentment grows, not toward others, but toward the invisible burden you carry alone. Control as fear also narrows your world. When everything feels like your responsibility, rest feels undeserved. Delegation feels risky. Trust feels unsafe. You stay alert, even in calm moments, waiting for something to go wrong. This constant readiness drains joy from ordinary life. The mind is present, but never at ease. Letting go of this pattern requires honesty, not judgment, but clarity. You begin by asking a simple question. Is this truly my responsibility, or is this my fear speaking? The answer is often uncomfortable. Fear does not want to be seen. It prefers to be called dedication, loyalty, or strength. But once named, it loses some of its power. The Stoic approach is not to reject responsibility, but to refine it. You focus on what depends on your character, your effort, your integrity, your choices. You release what depends on chance, other people, or timing. This separation brings relief. You stop carrying what was never yours. You stop confusing care with control. As fear loosens, responsibility becomes lighter. You still show up. You still act with intention, but you no longer believe that holding everything together is the price of being worthy. You begin to trust that life does not collapse the moment you step back. In fact, things often stabilize when pressure is removed. This shift restores balance inside you. The mind no longer needs to be constantly alert. The body learns to relax without guilt. You discover that responsibility rooted in calm is far more effective than responsibility driven by fear. Decisions become clearer, energy returns, presence deepens. Control loses its disguise when you realize that fear has been asking for certainty in a world that cannot provide it. Acceptance does not remove responsibility, it places it where it belongs. And when fear no longer runs the show, responsibility becomes what it was always meant to be, a steady expression of values, not a constant defense against the unknown. As fear-driven control begins to loosen its grip, attention often turns inward. The mind no longer tries to manage every situation, but it still tries to manage every feeling. This is where control becomes quieter and more intimate. It enters the emotional world and starts rearranging it, correcting it, policing it. And slowly, without being noticed, inner exhaustion takes root. Emotional micromanagement is the habit of monitoring every feeling as if it were a problem to solve. Sadness must be shortened. Anger must be justified or erased. Anxiety must be explained. Even joy is questioned. How long will it last? What could ruin it? Is it safe to relax into it? The mind hovers over emotions like a strict supervisor, never allowing them to exist without commentary or correction. This constant monitoring is draining because emotions were never meant to be controlled at that level. They are signals, not commands. They rise, move, and fade when allowed space. But when the mind interferes, emotions become stuck. The more you analyze them, the more complex they become. The more you resist them, the longer they stay. Many people confuse emotional control with emotional intelligence. They believe being strong means staying calm at all times, staying positive, staying composed. But beneath this belief is discomfort with vulnerability. Certain emotions feel unsafe, messy, or unacceptable. So the mind steps in to manage them, hoping to maintain order. What it actually creates is fatigue. The Stoics did not teach emotional suppression. They taught discernment. They understood that emotions appear naturally, but suffering increases when the mind argues with them. When you tell yourself you should not feel the way you do, you create a second layer of pain. The original emotion may have been brief. The resistance makes it heavy. Inner exhaustion often shows up as numbness. After long periods of emotional micromanagement, the system tires out. Feelings become muted. Motivation fades. The world feels dull. This numbness is not peace. It is the result of constant internal effort. The mind has been working overtime, and the cost is vitality. Another sign is mental noise. Thoughts loop endlessly, trying to label, fix, or predict emotional states. You replay conversations to adjust how you should have felt. You prepare emotional responses in advance. You judge yourself for reacting too much or not enough. This inner commentary never rests, and the body absorbs the strain. Emotional micromanagement also disrupts self-trust. When you constantly second-guess your feelings, you stop listening to them. Signals are dismissed instead of understood. Over time, you feel disconnected from yourself. Decisions become harder because the inner compass has been ignored for too long. Letting go begins with permission. Permission to feel without correction. Permission to experience discomfort without immediately trying to escape it. This does not mean indulging emotions or acting on them blindly. It means allowing them to exist long enough to pass through naturally. Most emotions are temporary when not interfered with. The Stoic practice here is observation without interference. You notice the emotion. You name it gently. You do not rush to explain it or fix it. You remember that emotions arise from impressions, not from facts themselves. This creates space, and in that space, emotions lose their urgency. When emotional control softens, energy returns. The mind no longer has to supervise every inner movement. The body relaxes, sleep improves, attention becomes clearer. You discover that feelings move on their own when not trapped by resistance. This shift also changes how you relate to others. When you stop micromanaging your own emotions, you stop trying to manage theirs. You listen more. You react less. You allow others to feel without rushing to fix them. Relationships become calmer, not because emotions disappear, but because they are no longer feared. Inner peace is not the absence of emotion. It is the absence of inner struggle with emotion. The Stoics understood that tranquility comes from alignment, not control. When the mind stops interfering with natural processes, balance returns on its own. As acceptance deepens, emotional life becomes simpler. Feelings rise and fall like weather. You notice them without panic. You respond when needed and rest when not. Inner exhaustion fades because the constant effort has ended. What remains is not emptiness, but quiet strength, a steadiness that comes from no longer fighting yourself. As emotional control eases, another force quietly reveals itself. It does not shout or demand attention. It feels normal, reasonable, even harmless. Yet it carries a sharp edge that cuts deeply over time. This force is expectation, and its impact is far more aggressive than it appears. Expectations feel passive, but they are not. They are silent instructions we place on reality, on people, on ourselves. They tell life how it should unfold, how others should behave, how feelings should resolve. And when those instructions are ignored, as they often are, friction begins. The mind reacts as if something wrong has occurred, even when nothing unusual has happened at all. This is the hidden violence of expectations. Not physical harm, but mental strain. A constant internal collision between what is and what was hoped for. Each unmet expectation delivers a small shock. One alone may seem insignificant, but repeated daily, they wear the nervous system down. Irritation becomes resentment. Disappointment hardens into bitterness. Peace erodes quietly. Expectations are rarely announced. They form in the background. You expect appreciation after effort. You expect clarity after patience. You expect fairness after doing the right thing. These expectations feel justified, but when they are not met, the pain feels personal, as if something was taken from you. In truth, nothing was taken. Something was imagined. The Stoics observed that expectations create entitlement without awareness. The mind believes it deserves certain outcomes because of effort, kindness, or sacrifice. When reality does not comply, the reaction is not just sadness, but offense. This sense of offense fuels anger and self-pity. It frames life as unfair instead of unpredictable. Expectations also distort perception. When you expect something to happen, you stop seeing what is actually unfolding. You become focused on what is missing instead of what is present. Even positive moments feel incomplete because they do not match the internal script. Gratitude fades because attention is fixed on deviation rather than reality. In relationships, expectations are especially damaging. You expect others to understand without being told, to change without being asked, to respond the way you would. When they don't, disappointment appears. You may not express it, but it shows in tone, distance, or withdrawal. Over time, unspoken expectations become silent punishments. What makes expectations violent is their resistance to reality. They do not bend easily. They push against facts. They demand adjustment from the outside world instead of flexibility from the inside. This pressure creates tension not only in the mind, but in the body. Tight jaws, shallow breathing, restlessness. The body feels the conflict long before the mind admits it. Letting go of expectations does not mean abandoning standards or values. It means releasing the demand that life follow a specific emotional script. The Stoics practiced hope without attachment. They acted with intention but remained open to outcomes. This openness protected their peace. There is a difference between preference and expectation. Preference is light. It allows alternatives. Expectation is heavy. It insists. When you shift expectations into preferences, disappointment softens. You still care, but you no longer suffer when reality chooses differently. This shift begins with awareness. You start noticing when frustration arises and ask, "What was I expecting?" The answer often reveals an unspoken rule you placed on the moment. Seeing it clearly weakens its grip. The emotion loses intensity because its source is exposed. As expectations dissolve, interactions become cleaner. You listen without rehearsing responses. You appreciate without measuring. You accept people as they are instead of who they should be. This does not make you passive. It makes you present. Life also feels lighter. Events no longer carry the weight of imagined obligations. A delay is just a delay. A mistake is just a mistake. You stop layering extra meaning onto neutral events. The mind recovers energy once spent on resistance. The Stoics understood that peace grows where expectations end. Not because life improves, but because the inner struggle ends. Acceptance replaces tension. Curiosity replaces judgment. You meet life as it arrives instead of demanding it arrive differently. When expectations lose their power, the mind becomes gentler toward others, toward circumstances, toward itself. The hidden violence fades, replaced by a quiet strength, not the strength of control, but the strength of flexibility. And in that flexibility, suffering finds far less room to survive. As expectations loosen and their quiet pressure fades, something unexpected becomes visible. Gratitude, which once seemed simple and natural, has often been blocked not by hardship, but by control. The mind that tries to manage life rarely pauses long enough to appreciate it, and without realizing it, the need to control slowly poisons the ability to feel thankful. Control and gratitude cannot fully coexist. Control looks forward, scanning for what is missing, what could go wrong, what still needs to be adjusted. Gratitude rests in what is already here. When the mind is busy supervising outcomes, it overlooks the present moment entirely. Even good things are treated as temporary or insufficient. Enjoyment becomes conditional. This corruption is subtle. You may receive something you once wanted, yet feel strangely unsatisfied. The mind immediately asks what comes next, how long it will last, how it could be improved. Gratitude barely has time to form before it is replaced by evaluation. Control turns every gift into a project. One reason this happens is because control creates comparison. When you believe you are steering life, you also believe life should match your effort. You measure what you receive against what you think you deserve. Gratitude dissolves the moment entitlement appears. Instead of appreciation, there is calculation. Instead of contentment, there is quiet resentment. Control also makes gratitude fragile. You feel thankful only when things align with expectations. The moment something disrupts the plan, gratitude disappears. A good day is ruined by one inconvenience. A meaningful relationship is overshadowed by one disagreement. The mind struggles to hold both appreciation and imperfection at the same time. The Stoics warned against this trap. They understood that gratitude is strongest when it is unconditional. When you are grateful only when life behaves, gratitude becomes transactional. It depends on circumstances. True gratitude survives change because it is rooted in acceptance, not control. Another way control corrupts gratitude is by turning survival into normality. When you are constantly managing threats and outcomes, you begin to expect stability. Safety becomes invisible. Health becomes assumed. Support becomes overlooked. You notice these things only when they are gone. Control trains the mind to see absence more clearly than presence. This pattern also affects how you view your own efforts. When control dominates, you rarely feel satisfied with what you have done. There is always more to fix, more to improve, more to anticipate. Achievement brings relief, not gratitude, and relief fades quickly. The mind moves on, hungry again. Letting go of control restores gratitude because it changes attention. When you stop trying to shape every moment, you start noticing what is already sustaining you. Simple things regain weight. A quiet morning, a working body, a familiar voice. These moments were always there, but control kept you too busy to receive them. Gratitude deepens when you accept that nothing is guaranteed. The Stoics practiced remembering impermanence not to create fear, but appreciation. When you recognize that what you have could change, you value it more while it is present. Control resists this truth. Acceptance embraces it. There is also humility in gratitude that control resists. Gratitude acknowledges that not everything good was earned. Some things arrived through chance, timing, or kindness. Control prefers credit. Gratitude allows mystery, and mystery softens the heart. As control loosens, gratitude becomes quieter but stronger. It is no longer forced or practiced like a task. It arises naturally because the mind is no longer distracted by constant correction. You stop asking life for more and start noticing how much has already been given. This shift also changes how you respond to difficulty. Gratitude does not disappear when things go wrong. It coexists with pain. You can acknowledge loss while still recognizing what remains. Control cannot do this. It demands resolution before appreciation. Acceptance allows both. Over time, gratitude becomes less about positive thinking and more about clear seeing. You see life as it is, uneven and uncertain, yet still full. This clarity brings calm. You no longer need everything to improve in order to feel at peace. The Stoics believed gratitude was a form of wisdom, not because it ignores hardship, but because it recognizes reality without resistance. When control fades, gratitude fills the space it leaves behind, and in that space, the mind rests. Suffering shrinks when appreciation grows, not because life becomes easier, but because the struggle against life ends. Gratitude returns you to the present, and the present, when fully seen, is often enough. As gratitude returns and the mind becomes less occupied with managing outcomes, another subtle attachment begins to show itself. It hides inside good intentions and disciplined effort. It feels logical. It feels safe. Yet it quietly tightens the mind again. This is the attachment to methods, the insistence that things must happen in a specific way, rather than being guided by deeper principles. Methods are tools. Principles are anchors. When the two are confused, suffering returns. You choose a path, a strategy, a routine, and it works, for a while. Success reinforces the belief that this method is the answer. Slowly, flexibility fades. The mind starts protecting the method instead of the value behind it. When circumstances change, frustration appears. Not because the goal is unreachable, but because the path no longer fits. This attachment feels responsible because methods offer structure. They give the mind something solid to hold. But life is not fixed. Conditions shift. People change. Timing moves. A method that once served you can become a burden when it is treated as sacred. The problem is not the method. It is the refusal to adapt. The Stoics emphasized principles because principles survive change. Honesty remains useful even when plans fail. Courage remains relevant even when strategies collapse. Patience still matters when timing disappoints. When you attach to principles, you move with life instead of against it. When you attach to methods, you fight to preserve form instead of meaning. This attachment often reveals itself through rigidity. You notice resistance when alternatives appear. You dismiss new approaches because they feel unfamiliar. You say, "This is how it's done," without questioning whether the reason still applies. What once felt efficient now feels heavy, but the mind clings anyway, fearing that letting go means losing control. There is also identity involved. Methods become part of how you see yourself. The planner, the problem solver, the disciplined one. When the method stops working, it feels like a threat to who you are. Defensiveness appears. Adaptation feels like failure. But in truth, growth requires release. Attachment to methods also narrows perception. You become so focused on following steps that you stop listening to feedback. Signals are ignored because they don't fit the plan. Opportunities are missed because they arrive in unexpected forms. Life is offering adjustment, but attachment blocks reception. The Stoics understood that wisdom lies in alignment, not repetition. They adjusted actions constantly while holding values steady. They did not worship routines, they used them. When a method stopped serving virtue, it was changed without drama. This flexibility protected their peace. Letting go of method attachment begins with a simple question. What principle am I trying to honor? Often, clarity follows. You realize that the goal was never the routine itself, but something deeper: stability, growth, connection, contribution. Once the principle is clear, many paths become acceptable. This shift brings relief. Pressure eases because success is no longer measured by following a script. You judge yourself by intention and effort, not by perfect execution. Mistakes become adjustments instead of failures. Creativity returns. This flexibility also strengthens resilience. When methods fail, you do not collapse. You pivot. You remain grounded because your values are intact. Life becomes less threatening because change no longer signals loss of direction. Attachment to methods often comes from fear of uncertainty. Principles feel abstract. Methods feel concrete. But life is lived in uncertainty whether you accept it or not. Principles provide steadiness without rigidity. They guide action without trapping it. As acceptance deepens, you begin to trust this inner compass. You respond to situations rather than forcing them into familiar shapes. You allow solutions to evolve. The mind becomes lighter because it no longer has to defend a single way forward. Suffering fades when meaning replaces control. When values lead and methods follow, life regains movement. You stop clinging to form and start honoring purpose. And in that shift, the mind finds freedom, not by abandoning structure, but by releasing its grip on how things must unfold. This is how acceptance matures. It no longer resists change. It welcomes it as information. And with that openness, effort becomes fluid, action becomes aligned, and peace becomes far less fragile. As attachment to methods softens and principles take the lead, the mind becomes quieter, but not completely free. One phrase still echoes beneath many reactions, often unnoticed, yet powerful enough to revive suffering in an instant. It sounds harmless, reasonable, even justified, but it tightens the mind like a fist. This shouldn't be this way. That sentence carries weight. It turns a moment into a problem before anything has actually gone wrong. It frames reality as a mistake. When the mind repeats it, tension follows. Not because the situation is unbearable, but because the mind has decided it is unacceptable. The suffering does not come from what is happening. It comes from the refusal to allow it. This inner protest appears everywhere, when plans fall apart, when people disappoint, when progress is slower than expected, when loss arrives uninvited. The mind reacts with resistance, insisting that reality has violated some invisible rule, but life never agreed to those rules. They were written privately, without its consent. The Stoics understood that this phrase is one of the mind's most destructive habits. It creates an immediate split between what is and what you believe should be. In that split, peace cannot survive. Energy drains away into frustration, blame, and rumination. The moment becomes heavier than it needs to be. What makes this tyranny powerful is how convincing it feels. The mind gathers evidence. It compares. It remembers how things were supposed to go. It points to fairness, effort, logic. And yet, none of these arguments change reality. They only deepen resistance. You are left fighting something that is already real. This protest also delays acceptance. Not acceptance as approval, but acceptance as acknowledgement. Until the mind stops saying, "This shouldn't be," it cannot ask the more useful question, "What now?" The future becomes blocked by argument instead of shaped by response. This phrase also traps you in the past. When something happens that contradicts expectations, the mind replays earlier moments, searching for where things went wrong. It rewrites history. It looks for blame. Meanwhile, the present continues unattended. Life moves on, but the mind stays behind, protesting a moment that no longer exists. The body feels this resistance immediately. Tightness appears, breathing shortens, fatigue increases. The nervous system reacts as if under threat, not because the situation is dangerous, but because the mind refuses to accept it. Prolonged resistance creates chronic stress, even when circumstances are manageable. In relationships, this phrase creates distance. You tell yourself others shouldn't behave this way, they shouldn't change, they shouldn't disappoint you. Over time, this builds resentment. You are no longer relating to who they are, but to who they fail to be. This gap erodes connection quietly. Letting go of this tyranny begins with noticing the phrase when it arises. You do not argue with it. You do not suppress it. You simply see it, and then you replace it with a statement rooted in reality. This is what is happening. That shift alone reduces friction. The mind stops fighting facts and begins conserving energy. The Stoics did not deny pain. They denied unnecessary resistance. They accepted that events unfold according to forces beyond personal preference. Acceptance for them was not passive. It was strategic. By removing resistance, they preserved clarity. By preserving clarity, they chose better responses. When the mind releases the shouldn't be, it regains flexibility. You stop demanding explanations before moving forward. You stop waiting for fairness before adapting. You meet circumstances as they are, not as they were supposed to be. This creates momentum where there was once stagnation. This shift does not make you indifferent. It makes you effective. You still care. You still act. But your action is no longer fueled by frustration. It is guided by reality. And reality, when faced honestly, always offers options. Over time, the phrase loses its authority. You no longer treat discomfort as evidence of error. You recognize that difficulty is part of movement. You stop labeling moments as wrong simply because they are unpleasant. This change brings surprising relief. Peace begins to appear not because life becomes easier, but because the mind stops arguing with it. The tyranny ends when acceptance replaces protest. You no longer ask life to justify itself. You respond instead. This is one of the Stoics' greatest freedoms. When you stop insisting that reality meet your standards, you are free to meet reality with strength. And in that meeting, suffering has far less power to remain. As the mind releases the habit of arguing with reality, it begins to breathe again. Yet there is another cost of control that only becomes visible once resistance softens. Control does not only create tension. Over time, it quietly erodes something essential: the ability to adapt. Adaptive intelligence is the skill of adjusting when conditions change. It is the quiet wisdom that responds instead of reacts. It notices what is happening and shifts without panic. But control works against this ability. When the mind is obsessed with maintaining a specific outcome, it becomes rigid, and rigidity is the enemy of intelligence. Control narrows attention. It locks the mind onto a single path and treats deviation as failure. When circumstances change, as they always do, the controlled mind struggles. Instead of adapting, it freezes or forces. It keeps pushing the same solution even when it no longer fits. Energy is wasted defending the plan instead of responding to reality. The Stoics understood that life is movement. Nothing stays fixed. Skills that depend on certainty break under pressure. Skills that depend on awareness survive. Adaptive intelligence comes from accepting uncertainty, not resisting it. When you accept that change is natural, the mind stays flexible. When you try to control change, the mind becomes brittle. This loss shows up clearly in moments of surprise. Something unexpected happens. The controlled mind immediately feels threatened. Stress rises, thoughts race, the body tightens. Instead of asking, "What is needed now?" the mind asks, "How do I get things back to how they were?" That question points backward, not forward. It delays response. Control also weakens learning. When you are attached to being right, feedback feels like an attack. Mistakes feel humiliating instead of informative. The mind defends itself rather than adjusting. Over time, growth slows. You repeat patterns not because they work, but because they feel familiar. Adaptive intelligence requires humility. It requires admitting that you do not fully understand what is happening yet. Control resists this admission. It wants certainty now. It wants clarity before acting. But life rarely offers full information. Those who wait for certainty often miss the moment that requires response. This rigidity affects emotional life as well. When feelings change unexpectedly, the controlled mind resists. It tries to return to a previous emotional state. It judges the shift as wrong. But emotions are adaptive signals. They change to reflect new information. When they are suppressed or corrected, the signal is lost. In relationships, loss of adaptability creates conflict. People grow. Needs shift. Context changes. A controlling mindset tries to preserve old dynamics. It expects consistency where change is natural. This leads to misunderstanding and distance. Adaptive intelligence would notice the shift and respond with curiosity instead of control. The Stoics trained adaptability by focusing on what remains constant: their values. When values are clear, actions can change without confusion. You adjust strategies without losing direction. Control does the opposite. It ties identity to form instead of principle. When the form breaks, identity feels threatened. Letting go of control restores intelligence because it restores perception. You start noticing details again. You listen more closely. You sense timing. You respond to what is actually happening instead of what you expected to happen. This awareness is not passive. It is sharp and alive. Stress decreases as adaptability increases. The body relaxes because it no longer needs to defend a fixed outcome. The mind becomes creative again. Options appear. Solutions emerge that were invisible under pressure. This is not because you became smarter, but because control stopped blocking intelligence. Adaptive intelligence also strengthens resilience. When plans fail, you do not collapse. You adjust. When expectations break, you recalibrate. When loss arrives, you grieve and continue. Control tries to prevent pain. Adaptability learns how to move through it. Over time, you begin to trust this capacity. You no longer need to control every detail because you know you can respond. This trust reduces anxiety about the future. You prepare lightly and stay alert instead of rigid. You remain grounded even when things change quickly. The Stoics believed wisdom was not about predicting life, but meeting it well. Control promises safety, but delivers fragility. Adaptability accepts uncertainty and delivers strength. One exhausts the mind, the other sharpens it. As acceptance deepens, intelligence returns to its natural state, responsive, flexible, and calm. You stop forcing solutions and start allowing insight. Life becomes less of a problem to manage and more of a process to participate in. This is where control finally loosens its hold. Not because you gave up effort, but because you discovered a better way to move. When adaptability replaces rigidity, the mind regains its natural balance. And in that balance, suffering loses yet another place to hide. As adaptability returns and the mind learns to move with change, one final habit often tightens its grip in quieter ways. It does not look like control at first. It looks like reason, like maturity, like the desire to understand. But beneath it lives another form of resistance, the need for closure. The need for closure is the demand that everything must make sense before peace is allowed. The belief that unanswered questions must be resolved, explanations must be complete, and loose ends must be tied before the mind can rest. It sounds reasonable, but life does not operate on clean endings. And when the mind insists that it should, suffering stretches on far longer than necessary. This need often appears after loss, conflict, or sudden change. Something ends without explanation. A relationship fades, an opportunity disappears, a decision leads somewhere unexpected. The mind begins searching for meaning, replaying events, reviewing words, reconstructing timelines. It believes that if it can just understand, the pain will stop. But understanding rarely arrives in the form the mind demands. The Stoics saw this clearly. They recognized that many events do not offer satisfying conclusions. Causes are mixed, motives are hidden, chance plays a role. When the mind refuses to accept this uncertainty, it stays trapped in the past, waiting for answers that may never come. Closure becomes a condition for peace, and peace is endlessly delayed. The cost of this need is time. Mental energy is spent revisiting moments that cannot be changed. The present becomes thin and distant. Even when life moves forward, part of the mind remains behind, still trying to close a door that no longer exists. This is not healing. It is resistance disguised as reflection. Needing closure also feeds self-blame. When answers are missing, the mind often turns inward. It assumes that if things are unclear, it must have failed to see something or do something right. This creates a loop of guilt and doubt. Instead of learning, the mind punishes itself for not having complete control or understanding. There is also fear underneath the need for closure. Fear that without explanation the same pain will return. Fear that uncertainty means danger. The mind seeks closure as a form of protection. It believes that knowing why will prevent again. But life does not repeat itself according to understanding. It repeats according to conditions, many of which are never fully visible. The Stoics taught that peace does not come from answers, but from alignment with reality. Some things end without clarity. Some actions remain unexplained. Some outcomes have no single cause. Accepting this does not mean abandoning reflection. It means knowing when reflection has become fixation. You can feel when this line is crossed. Reflection brings insight and calm. Fixation brings agitation and fatigue. The mind circles the same questions without progress. It asks why, not to learn, but to soothe discomfort. Yet discomfort remains because the question itself assumes something is missing. Letting go of the need for closure does not mean suppressing curiosity. It means allowing incomplete stories to remain incomplete. It means accepting that not every chapter ends with explanation. When the mind releases this demand, space opens. Energy returns to the present. Life resumes movement. This shift also changes how pain is processed. Pain no longer needs to be justified or explained away. It is allowed to be felt, then allowed to pass. The mind stops holding pain hostage until answers arrive. Healing begins not because clarity was achieved, but because resistance ended. In relationships, releasing the need for closure is especially freeing. You stop waiting for apologies that may never come. You stop demanding understanding from people who cannot provide it. You stop needing others to validate your experience before you can move on. This restores dignity and autonomy. The Stoics practiced inner closure rather than external closure. They focused on completing their own response, acting with integrity, accepting limits, releasing resentment. When their part was complete, the story was complete enough. They did not wait for the world to cooperate. This inner closure is powerful because it is always available. You do not need explanations from others. You do not need certainty about the past. You need only decide how much of your present you are willing to sacrifice for unanswered questions. As acceptance deepens, the mind learns that peace is not a reward for understanding. It is a state that appears when struggle ends. You stop interrogating the past. You stop negotiating with uncertainty. You allow life to remain partially unknown. And something surprising happens. The questions lose urgency. The weight lifts, not because answers arrived, but because the need for them faded. The mind rests without resolution. This is the Stoic cost of needing closure, and the Stoic freedom of releasing it. When you no longer demand that life explain itself, you regain the present moment. And in the present, life continues, unfinished, imperfect, and still worthy of your full participation. As the need for closure loosens and the mind stops waiting for perfect explanations, another habit quietly comes into focus. It hides inside urgency, inside impatience, inside the constant feeling that something must be resolved now. This is what happens when control replaces trust in time. Time has its own intelligence. It reveals, softens, rearranges, and matures things in ways the mind cannot force. But when control takes over, patience disappears. The mind begins to rush life. It demands clarity before it is ready, healing before it has unfolded, results before conditions have aligned. And when time refuses to comply, anxiety fills the gap. This lack of trust shows up as restlessness. You feel behind even when nothing is wrong. You feel pressure to figure it out even when understanding requires distance. The mind treats waiting as failure, stillness as wasted time. Yet many things only improve when left alone long enough to breathe. The Stoics believed that time is an ally, not an obstacle. They observed that emotions soften when not disturbed, that clarity arrives after agitation settles, that wounds heal through patience more than force. When control replaces this trust, the mind interferes too early. It keeps reopening what time is quietly repairing. This impatience often comes from fear. Fear that if you don't act now, something will be lost forever. Fear that delay means weakness. Fear that uncertainty will never resolve on its own. The mind tries to manage time the way it manages tasks, by tightening, scheduling, pushing. But time does not respond to pressure. It responds to allowance. When trust in time is lost, every delay feels personal. A slow recovery becomes a failure. A long process becomes a threat. The mind begins measuring progress constantly, checking whether things are better yet. This monitoring interrupts natural movement. Growth becomes tense. Healing becomes conditional. This pattern also affects decision-making. Instead of allowing insight to mature, the mind rushes to conclusions. It chooses speed over depth. It prefers immediate relief over lasting understanding. Many regrets are born not from bad intentions, but from decisions made before time had finished speaking. In relationships, lack of trust in time creates strain. You push conversations before emotions settle. You demand change before understanding forms. You expect resolution before readiness. When others move at a different pace, frustration appears. Control tries to synchronize everyone to your internal clock. The Stoics practiced patience not as waiting, but as alignment. They trusted that time reveals what force cannot. They did not hurry grief. They did not rush wisdom. They allowed processes to unfold without interference. This trust protected them from unnecessary suffering. When you trust time, you stop panicking over pauses. Silence becomes information. Delay becomes space. You recognize that not everything needs immediate action. Some things need distance. Some need repetition. Some need quiet. Letting go of control here means accepting that timing is not yours to command. You can act when action is required. You can rest when rest is needed. But you cannot accelerate understanding by pressure. You cannot rush acceptance by demand. You cannot force healing by impatience. As trust in time returns, urgency softens. You stop treating the present as a problem to solve. You allow moments to unfold without interrogation. The nervous system calms because it no longer believes that delay equals danger. This shift also restores confidence. You trust that even if clarity is not here yet, it will come. You trust your ability to respond when it does. You stop chasing the future and return to the present, where life is actually happening. Time does not need supervision. It needs cooperation. When control steps back, time does its work quietly. Emotions settle. Perspective widens. Patterns become visible. What once felt unbearable slowly becomes manageable. The Stoics understood that patience is not passive. It is strategic restraint. It preserves energy. It protects judgment. It allows wisdom to surface without distortion. Control interrupts this process. Trust completes it. As acceptance deepens, the mind learns to move at the pace of reality instead of fighting it. You no longer measure life by speed, but by alignment. And in that alignment, peace grows naturally. Suffering often comes not from waiting, but from resisting the weight. When trust in time replaces control, the struggle ends. You stop forcing the clock. You stop arguing with process. You allow life to unfold. And in that allowance, you discover something simple and steady. Most things heal, resolve, or reveal themselves, not when you push them, but when you finally let time do what it has always known how to do. As trust in time returns and urgency loosens its grip, control often retreats into a more respectable place. It no longer appears as impatience or force. It shows up as certainty, as righteousness, as the quiet belief that you know what is right and that others should too. This is where control hides behind morality and where ego becomes hardest to see. Moral control feels different from obvious domination. It sounds calm, reasonable, even principled. You tell yourself you are not trying to control others, only to guide them. Not to judge, only to uphold standards. Not to impose, only to protect what is right. Yet beneath these explanations, there is often a subtle elevation of self, a belief that your view carries more weight than reality itself. The ego thrives here because it feels virtuous. It is easy to notice ego in arrogance or greed. It is harder to notice it when it wears the language of values. Moral control convinces you that your discomfort with others' choices is proof of wisdom, not attachment. That your frustration is justified because you are standing on the side of truth. The Stoics were careful about this trap. They understood that virtue is about how you live, not how others should live. The moment morality becomes a tool to correct, shame, or pressure others, it stops being virtue and becomes control. Not control of actions, but control of identity and worth. This subtle ego appears when you feel disturbed, not just by what others do, but by the fact that they do not see it your way. Their choices feel like a personal threat. Their mistakes feel offensive. Their values feel wrong, not just different. The mind tightens, not because harm is occurring, but because agreement is missing. Moral control also feeds constant comparison. You measure yourself against others to reinforce your position. You notice their flaws more than your own growth. You focus on how they fall short instead of how you can live better. This attention creates distance. Compassion shrinks. Judgment grows. This pattern often begins with good intentions. You want fairness, you want honesty, you want responsibility. But control sneaks in when you believe these values must be enforced externally rather than embodied internally. You forget that example is more powerful than correction, and presence more persuasive than pressure. The Stoics practiced restraint here. They believed that people act according to their understanding, not malice. When others behaved poorly, the Stoics did not rush to moral outrage. They asked whether the behavior truly affected their own character. If it did not, they released it. This protected their peace. Moral control also harms the self. When you hold rigid standards for others, you often hold them for yourself as well. You become harsh internally. You struggle to forgive mistakes. You feel constant pressure to be consistent, correct, and justified. This leaves little room for growth, which requires error. There is also loneliness in moral control. When you see yourself as the one who knows better, connection becomes difficult. Conversations turn into evaluations. Listening turns into waiting for your turn to correct. Over time, people feel this energy and pull away, not because you are wrong, but because control has replaced curiosity. Letting go of moral control begins with humility. Not the humility of shrinking yourself, but the humility of accepting that your view is shaped by limits, experience, context, perspective. This does not weaken values. It strengthens them by removing ego from their expression. The Stoic approach is simple. Live your values fully and quietly. Let others live theirs. You are responsible for your character, not the moral alignment of the world. When you release the need to correct, you reclaim energy. When you stop policing others, you return attention to your own path. This shift restores compassion. You begin to see people as works in progress rather than problems to fix. You recognize that growth unfolds at different speeds. You allow disagreement without threat. This does not mean tolerating harm. It means choosing response over reaction. As moral control loosens, conversations soften. You listen without preparing arguments. You speak without trying to win. Understanding becomes possible again. Even when agreement does not arrive, respect can. The ego loses power when values are no longer used as weapons. You no longer need to prove your goodness. You simply live it. This quiet confidence is far stronger than moral pressure. It invites rather than enforces. The Stoics believed that virtue shines brightest when it does not announce itself. When control steps back, morality becomes clean again, free of resentment, free of superiority, free of exhaustion. You stop carrying the burden of being right. And in that release, peace deepens. Not because the world has improved, but because the inner struggle to shape it has ended. You stand firmly in your values without gripping others. You act with integrity without demanding agreement. This is the freedom hidden beneath moral control. When ego steps aside, acceptance takes its place. And acceptance, rooted in humility, allows wisdom to move without force, steady, grounded, and finally at rest. As moral control loosens and the ego steps out of the spotlight, something more personal comes into view. Beneath the need to manage others, beneath the urge to correct the world, there is often a quieter struggle turned inward. Control does not only reach outward, very often it is directed at the self. And at its core, over-control is rarely about strength. It is about distrust. Over-control grows from the belief that you cannot be trusted to respond well unless everything is tightly managed in advance. The mind tells you that if you do not plan every detail, monitor every reaction, and anticipate every risk, you will fail, fall apart, or make irreversible mistakes. This belief keeps you alert, but never at ease. It sounds protective, yet it slowly erodes confidence. Self-trust is the quiet knowing that you can handle what arises, even if you do not know exactly how yet. Over-control replaces this knowing with constant supervision. You rehearse conversations before they happen. You overthink decisions long after they are made. You correct yourself mid-emotion. You question your instincts before they have a chance to speak. The message underneath all of this is simple and damaging. I am not reliable unless I am tightly controlled. The Stoics recognize that a person who does not trust themselves will try to control everything else. But true strength, they believed, comes from confidence in one's character, not mastery over circumstances. When you trust your values, your judgment, and your ability to adapt, you do not need to micromanage life. When you do not, control becomes a substitute for confidence. Over-control often develops early. It may come from environments where mistakes were punished, unpredictability felt unsafe, or approval depended on performance. Control then becomes a survival strategy. It keeps you vigilant. It keeps you ahead. But strategies built for survival rarely serve peace. What once protected you now exhausts you. You can feel this self-distrust in how you relate to uncertainty. Instead of curiosity, you feel tension. Instead of openness, you feel pressure to decide quickly or perfectly. You believe that uncertainty exposes weakness, when in truth it simply reveals humanity. The mind tightens because it does not trust you to remain steady without rigid structure. This pattern also limits growth. When you do not trust yourself to recover from mistakes, you avoid risk. You choose familiarity over possibility. You stay in situations that feel restrictive but predictable. Over time, life becomes smaller, not because opportunity disappeared, but because control refused to loosen. The Stoics encouraged practicing voluntary uncertainty, not recklessness, but willingness. Willingness to act without full assurance. Willingness to learn through experience rather than prediction. They believed character is strengthened not by avoiding difficulty, but by meeting it honestly. Each time you face the unknown and respond with integrity, self-trust grows. Over-control also damages intuition. Intuition speaks quietly, often without logic at first. When the mind insists on certainty before action, intuition is silenced. You begin to rely only on analysis, even when analysis is incomplete. This creates hesitation and regret. You sense that something inside you knows the way, but you do not allow it room to guide you. Letting go of over-control begins with a shift in relationship to mistakes. You stop treating them as proof of inadequacy and start seeing them as part of learning. The Stoics did not expect perfection. They expected sincerity. They judged actions by intention and effort, not flawless outcomes. This perspective builds self-trust because it removes the fear of failure. Another step is noticing when control is driven by fear rather than necessity. Ask gently, what am I afraid would happen if I didn't manage this so tightly? Often, the answer reveals doubt in your own resilience. Seeing this clearly allows compassion to replace pressure. You do not shame the fear, you reassure it. As self-trust strengthens, control relaxes naturally. You begin to prepare without obsessing. You act without rehearsing every outcome. You allow emotions to arise without correction. You trust that even if things go wrong, you will meet them with presence and values intact. This trust brings a new kind of calm, not the calm of certainty, but the calm of capability. You no longer need to prove that you are in control. You know that you are able, able to respond, able to adjust, able to recover. The Stoics believe that inner freedom depends on trusting one's own reason and character. When you trust yourself, the world becomes less threatening. You stop guarding against every possibility. You stop exhausting yourself with preparation for disasters that may never come. Over-control fades when self-trust returns. You no longer need to hold yourself together with force. You allow life to move, knowing you can move with it. This does not make you careless. It makes you grounded. And in that grounding, something important happens. The mind rests. Effort becomes cleaner. Decisions become simpler. You stop fighting yourself. You stop treating uncertainty as danger. This is where acceptance deepens again. You accept not only life as it is, but yourself as capable within it. And when trust replaces control, suffering loses yet another place to attach. As self-trust begins to return, another pattern reveals itself more clearly. Control is no longer just a habit or a strategy. For many, it has become a dependency, something the mind reaches for automatically whenever uncertainty appears. This is where control turns into addiction, fueled by a deep fear of chaos. Control addiction forms when order becomes the only source of safety. The mind starts believing that if things are structured, predictable and tightly managed, everything will be fine. Any hint of disorder feels dangerous. Uncertainty feels like collapse. Chaos is not seen as neutral movement, but as a threat that must be prevented at all costs. This fear often comes from past instability. When life once felt unpredictable or overwhelming, the mind learned to compensate by tightening its grip. Control brought relief. It reduced anxiety. It created a sense of safety. Over time, the mind associated control with survival. Letting go now feels not just uncomfortable, but unsafe. Like all addictions, control offers short-term relief and long-term cost. The moment you organize, plan, or fix, anxiety drops. The nervous system relaxes briefly, but the relief never lasts. Soon, something else needs managing. Another variable appears. Another risk emerges. The cycle continues, and the need for control grows stronger. Fear of chaos is at the center of this loop. Chaos is misunderstood as destruction, when in reality it is often transition. Change, growth, and renewal all pass through disorder. But the addicted mind does not see transition. It sees danger, so it resists. It clamps down. It tries to freeze life into stable shapes that cannot last. This addiction narrows life. You avoid situations you cannot manage. You resist spontaneity. You prefer certainty over possibility. You say no to experiences that feel open-ended. Over time, safety increases, but vitality decreases. Life becomes controlled, but small. The Stoics saw chaos differently. They understood that life is not meant to be fully ordered. Nature itself moves through cycles of growth and decay. Storms clear the air. Seasons shift. Nothing remains fixed. Trying to impose permanent order on a changing world creates suffering because it fights reality itself. Control addiction also keeps the nervous system in a constant state of alert. Even when things are calm, the mind stays watchful, scanning for disruption. Rest feels uneasy. Relaxation feels irresponsible. The body never fully stands down. This chronic tension leads to fatigue, irritability, and emotional numbness. Another cost is creativity. Creativity requires openness. It emerges from uncertainty, exploration, and trial. Control shuts this down. You stop experimenting. You stop playing. You stick to what is known, even when it no longer serves you. Innovation fades because it requires stepping into the unknown. Relationships also feel the strain. Others may feel managed instead of met. Conversations feel structured instead of alive. Conflict feels dangerous because it introduces unpredictability. Over time, connection thins. Control creates order, but intimacy requires tolerance for mess. Breaking a control addiction does not mean embracing chaos recklessly. It means changing your relationship with uncertainty. The Stoics practiced accepting what they could not order. They focused on inner stability instead of external control. When the inside is steady, the outside does not need to be rigid. This shift begins with allowing small moments of disorder, letting plans change without immediate correction, allowing silence without filling it, letting emotions move without fixing them. Each time you survive uncertainty without collapsing, the fear weakens. The nervous system learns that chaos does not equal danger. You also begin to notice that some of the best moments in life were never planned. Meaningful conversations, unexpected opportunities, sudden clarity. These came from openness, not control. Seeing this reframes chaos from threat to potential. As addiction loosens, flexibility returns. You no longer need everything to be in place before you feel safe. You trust your ability to respond rather than your ability to prevent. This trust reduces anxiety at its root. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment with reality, not from dominating it. When you stop trying to force order onto life, you conserve energy. You move with change instead of bracing against it. Calm comes not from control, but from resilience. Over time, the fear of chaos fades. You still prefer stability, but you no longer depend on it. You allow life to surprise you without panic. You allow disorder without self-betrayal. You stand steady even when things are unclear. This is the end of control addiction, not through force, but through understanding. You realize that chaos is not the enemy. The real enemy was the belief that you could not survive it. When that belief dissolves, freedom expands. You no longer need to manage life constantly. You participate instead. And in that participation, life feels fuller, lighter, and far more alive. Acceptance deepens again. Not as surrender, but as confidence. Confidence that even when things fall apart, you remain intact. And from that place, suffering has very little ground left to stand on. As the grip of control addiction loosens and the fear of chaos begins to soften, another cost becomes impossible to ignore. It has been there all along, quietly draining you day after day. Not dramatic, not obvious, just constant. This is the energy tax of constant vigilance. Vigilance feels like responsibility, like awareness, like being prepared. But when it never turns off, it becomes a burden the body was never designed to carry. The mind stays alert even when nothing is wrong. It scans conversations for hidden meanings. It watches situations for possible threats. It monitors emotions, plans, people, and outcomes. Rest becomes shallow because some part of you is always on duty. This constant watchfulness is exhausting because it assumes danger is always near. The mind behaves as if peace must be defended instead of allowed. Even in calm moments, there is tension underneath. You sit, but you are not at ease. You sleep, but you do not fully recover. The body never receives the signal that it is safe to stand down. The Stoics understood that vigilance has a place, but only when it is intentional and limited. When vigilance becomes a default state, it loses usefulness. It stops protecting and starts consuming. Energy that could support creativity, connection, and clarity is spent on monitoring what might go wrong. You can feel this tax in how tired you are without clear reason. The day may not have been difficult, yet you feel drained. Your mind feels foggy. Small tasks feel heavy. This is not laziness, it is depletion. Constant vigilance burns energy even when no action is taken. This pattern often develops from long-term stress. When life once required alertness, the nervous system learned to stay ready. Over time, readiness became habit. The body forgot how to relax without guilt. Calm began to feel unfamiliar, even unsafe. Vigilance became identity. One of the most damaging effects of constant vigilance is that it steals presence. You are physically here, but mentally ahead. You listen while preparing responses. You enjoy moments while anticipating their end. You relax while watching for disruption. Life becomes something to supervise rather than experience. Relationships suffer under this weight. When you are always watching, you are not fully connecting. You miss subtle cues. You respond from defense instead of openness. Others may feel your tension even when you say nothing. Vigilance creates distance without intention. The Stoics believe that unnecessary vigilance is rooted in a false belief that you must control outcomes to be safe. But safety does not come from constant alertness. It comes from trust in your ability to respond when needed. When you trust this, vigilance can rest. Letting go of constant vigilance begins with noticing when it is active without purpose. Ask gently, what am I protecting against right now? Often, there is no clear answer. The body is tense out of habit, not necessity. Awareness alone begins to loosen the grip. Another step is learning to allow moments to be incomplete. You do not need to monitor every interaction. You do not need to anticipate every outcome. You do not need to be ready at all times. Some moments require action. Many do not. Discerning the difference saves energy. Rest becomes deeper when vigilance releases. Sleep improves because the nervous system finally powers down. The body repairs. The mind clears. You wake with more clarity, not because life changed, but because you stopped guarding against it constantly. This release also restores joy. Joy requires openness. It cannot coexist with constant scanning. When vigilance relaxes, you begin to notice beauty again. Small pleasures return. Laughter feels spontaneous instead of managed. Presence becomes natural instead of effortful. The Stoics practiced mental rest by returning attention to what was in front of them, not what might come next. They trusted that when action was required, they would meet it. Until then, they allowed the moment to be enough. This practice preserved strength. Over time, you realize how much energy you were spending unnecessarily. You stop confusing tension with preparedness. You stop treating relaxation as irresponsibility. You learn that true readiness is calm, not rigid. As vigilance fades, energy returns, not as excitement, but as steadiness. You feel more capable because you are no longer exhausted. Decisions become easier, emotions feel clearer. You respond instead of react. Acceptance deepens again here. You accept that not everything needs watching, that life does not require constant supervision, that you are allowed to rest without something falling apart. This is not negligence, it is wisdom. You conserve energy for what matters. You show up fully when needed, because you are no longer depleted by constant alertness. The energy tax lifts when vigilance becomes a choice instead of a reflex. You watch when necessary. You release when not. This balance restores vitality, and in that vitality, suffering loosens its hold once more. Because much of suffering was never caused by events, but by the exhausting belief that you must always be on guard. When that belief dissolves, the body exhales. The mind settles. Life becomes lighter, not because it is safer, but because you finally allowed yourself to stop bracing against it. As the body recovers energy and the mind steps out of constant vigilance, a new question quietly appears. If control is released, what keeps life from falling apart? If tension softens, what replaces it? This is where many people hesitate, because they confuse discipline with domination. They look similar on the surface, but inside they come from very different places. Discipline is steady. Domination is forceful. Discipline works with your limits. Domination fights them. When you live under domination, even self-imposed, effort feels heavy. There is pressure, guilt, and fear of slipping. When discipline is present, effort feels grounded. You act because it aligns with who you want to be, not because you are afraid of losing control. Domination often grows out of mistrust. You believe that without strict rules, harsh self-talk, or constant pressure, you will fail. So you push yourself hard. You override signals of rest. You silence discomfort. You demand consistency even when conditions change. This looks like strength, but it is brittle. It depends on force, and force always costs energy. The Stoics made a clear distinction here. Discipline to them was an expression of reason. It was chosen, not imposed. Domination, even over the self, was seen as a form of inner violence. When you dominate yourself, you become both the oppressor and the oppressed. One part commands, another resists. The conflict never ends. You can feel the difference in your body. Domination tightens. Discipline steadies. Domination says, you must. Discipline says, this matters. Domination reacts to fear of chaos. Discipline responds to values. One exhausts you, the other supports you. Domination also creates rebellion. When pressure is constant, some part of you pushes back. You procrastinate. You sabotage progress. You feel resentful toward your own goals. This is not weakness. It is a natural response to being controlled, even when the controller is you. Discipline does not require harshness. It requires clarity. When you know why something matters, you do not need to threaten yourself into action. You move with intention. If you falter, you adjust instead of punish. This flexibility keeps momentum alive. Many people believe that letting go of domination will make them lazy or unfocused. But domination is not the source of consistency. It is often the cause of burnout. When domination relaxes, discipline can finally function without resistance. The Stoics practiced discipline by focusing on what they could govern: their choices, their effort, their character. They did not try to dominate outcomes or emotions. They trained attention gently but firmly. When they failed, they corrected course without self-contempt. This approach allowed discipline to be sustainable. Another key difference lies in motivation. Domination is fueled by fear, fear of falling behind, fear of losing control, fear of not being enough. Discipline is fueled by meaning. It connects action to purpose. When motivation comes from meaning, effort feels lighter, even when it is demanding. Domination also ignores timing. It pushes even when rest is needed. It values consistency over wisdom. Discipline respects cycles. It knows when to act and when to pause. This respect prevents collapse. As acceptance deepens, you begin to sense when you are forcing versus guiding yourself. You notice the tone of your inner voice. Is it sharp or calm? Is it urgent or clear? This awareness alone shifts behavior. You start choosing actions instead of enforcing them. When discipline replaces domination, self-trust grows. You learn that you do not need to be threatened into doing what matters. You can rely on alignment rather than pressure. This trust strengthens commitment because it is not built on fear. Life becomes more balanced. You still show up. You still work. You still practice restraint. But you do so without inner conflict. Effort no longer feels like a battle against yourself. It feels like cooperation. This shift also restores dignity. Domination strips dignity because it treats you as a problem to manage. Discipline restores dignity because it treats you as capable of choosing, capable of adjusting, capable of learning. The Stoics believed that freedom begins inside, not freedom from effort, but freedom from inner tyranny. When you stop dominating yourself, discipline becomes an ally rather than an enemy. You move forward without dragging resistance behind you. As domination fades, peace does not turn into chaos. It turns into clarity. Structure remains, but it is flexible. Commitment remains, but it is humane. You stop demanding perfection and start practicing consistency with compassion. This is the balance acceptance leads to. You are not ruled by impulse, nor crushed by control. You act with intention, guided by values, responsive to reality. And in that balance, effort becomes sustainable. Growth becomes steady. Suffering reduces because the inner war has ended. Discipline, when freed from domination, becomes quiet strength. And quiet strength is what allows you to live well without fighting yourself every step of the way. As discipline settles into something steadier and less forceful, its effects reach beyond the inner world. The way you relate to others begins to shift as well. This is often where control has been hiding the longest. Not in obvious demands, but in subtle exchanges. In expectations disguised as fairness. In kindness mixed with conditions. This is how control quietly turns relationships into negotiations. A negotiation mindset enters when connection becomes transactional. You give attention, effort, patience or care, and somewhere underneath, the mind keeps score. It may not be conscious, but it is present. You expect understanding in return, consistency, appreciation, agreement. When these do not arrive, disappointment follows, not because something harmful happened, but because an unspoken deal was broken. Control thrives on predictability, and relationships are anything but predictable. People change, emotions shift, needs evolve. When control enters, the mind tries to stabilize this movement by turning connection into exchange. If I do this, you should do that. If I show up this way, you should respond that way. Over time, spontaneity fades. Connection stiffens. The Stoics understood that relationships suffer most when we try to manage them instead of meet them. When you approach people with expectations rather than presence, every interaction carries pressure. You listen, but with an agenda. You give, but with a timeline. You forgive, but with conditions. The other person may not know why something feels off, but they feel it. This negotiation mindset also distorts generosity. Acts of care stop being free. They become investments. When returns are delayed or different than expected, resentment builds. You may feel unappreciated or taken for granted, even when the other person never agreed to the terms you imagined. Control in relationships often comes from fear. Fear of being hurt, fear of being ignored, fear of losing influence. Negotiation feels safer than openness because it promises balance. But balance enforced through control is fragile. It depends on constant adjustment and monitoring. It keeps both people guarded. Another cost is authenticity. When relationships feel like negotiations, you start editing yourself. You choose words carefully to get desired responses. You hide feelings that might disrupt the agreement. You perform stability instead of sharing truth. Over time, intimacy thins, even when contact remains frequent. The Stoics believed that peace in relationships comes from focusing on your own conduct, not others' responses. You act with honesty, respect, and care because that is who you choose to be, not because of what you expect in return. This removes pressure. It frees the other person to be who they are, and it frees you from constant evaluation. Letting go of negotiation does not mean tolerating harm or abandoning boundaries. It means releasing the need to control outcomes through exchange. You can state needs clearly without attaching worth to how they are met. You can give without keeping score. You can walk away when values are violated, not as punishment, but as alignment. This shift restores simplicity. Conversations become lighter because they are no longer tests. You listen without waiting for confirmation. You speak without trying to manage reactions. Disagreement no longer feels like failure. It becomes information. As control fades, trust has room to grow. Not blind trust, but realistic trust. You trust that people will respond according to who they are, not who you need them to be. This clarity reduces disappointment because expectations are grounded in reality, not negotiation. You also regain energy. Negotiating relationships is exhausting. It requires constant calculation. When you stop doing this, interactions feel cleaner. You know where you stand because you're not trying to manipulate the ground beneath you. The Stoics practiced goodwill without attachment. They wished others well without demanding alignment. This protected their peace. When others disappointed them, they were not surprised. When others surprised them positively, gratitude flowed easily. Their stability came from within, not from relational control. As acceptance deepens, relationships become spaces of meeting rather than managing. You show up honestly. You allow others to do the same. Some connections strengthen. Others naturally loosen. Both outcomes are handled with dignity. Control turns relationships into negotiations because it fears uncertainty. Acceptance restores relationships as shared experiences, not contracts. You no longer measure connection by outcomes. You value presence, effort, and integrity. This change does not guarantee harmony. It guarantees honesty. And honesty, while sometimes uncomfortable, is far less draining than constant negotiation. When you stop trying to control how relationships unfold, you discover something steady underneath. You can care without gripping. You can connect without bargaining. You can love without demanding guarantees. And in that freedom, relationships breathe again. They become less about balance sheets and more about shared humanity. Less about control, more about contact. This is where acceptance deepens once more. Not by withdrawing from others, but by releasing the quiet deals that were never spoken, never agreed to, and never needed in the first place. As relationships loosen their hidden negotiations, another layer of control becomes visible, one that rarely announces itself, yet quietly shapes behavior every day. It is not about managing events or people, but about managing how you are seen. This is the quiet anxiety of managing perception. Perception management begins subtly. You become aware of how you appear, how your words land, how your silence might be interpreted. You start adjusting tone, timing, expression, not to deceive, but to prevent misunderstanding, rejection, or judgment. Over time, this adjustment becomes constant. The mind stays alert, watching itself through the imagined eyes of others. This creates a low-level anxiety that never fully rests. You are present, but partly outside yourself. You speak, but also monitor how you sound. You act, but also evaluate how it looks. Even when nothing is wrong, there is effort. The mind believes that peace depends on being perceived correctly. The Stoics understood that this habit drains strength because it places control where it does not belong. You cannot control how others interpret you. Their perceptions are shaped by their experiences, moods, and expectations. Trying to manage this is like trying to steady water with your hands. The more you try, the more movement you create. Managing perception also fragments note. You begin to live in layers. There is what you feel, what you express, and what you hope others receive. When these layers drift apart, tension grows. Authenticity weakens. You may not notice it at first, but over time you feel less grounded, less whole. This anxiety often grows from past moments of judgment or misunderstanding. The mind learns to preempt discomfort by adjusting behavior. It believes that if you present yourself carefully enough, pain can be avoided. But this protection is fragile. No matter how carefully you manage perception, someone will still misunderstand you. Someone will still project. And when that happens, the anxiety returns stronger, questioning what you missed. Another cost is exhaustion. Monitoring perception requires constant mental energy. You replay conversations, you analyze reactions, you wonder how you came across. This rumination steals time and attention from the present. Even moments of connection are followed by evaluation. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They focused on intention, not interpretation. They acted according to values and released the rest. If they spoke honestly and with care, they considered their duty complete. How others received it was outside their control. This separation protected their peace. Managing perception also limits growth. When you are overly concerned with how you appear, you avoid risk. You hesitate to ask questions that might seem foolish. You avoid expressing uncertainty. You hide vulnerability. But growth requires exposure. It requires being seen imperfectly. This habit also affects relationships. When you manage perception, others may feel something is withheld. Conversations feel polished instead of real. Connection stays shallow because authenticity has been filtered. Even praise feels unsatisfying because it is unclear whether it was directed at you or the version you presented. Letting go of perception management begins with recognizing its futility. You cannot control how you are seen, but you can control how you act. When you shift focus from appearance to alignment, understanding follows naturally. Some people will still misunderstand you. That becomes tolerable when you are no longer trying to prevent it. This shift brings relief. The mind relaxes because it no longer has to supervise every interaction. You speak more simply. You listen more fully. You allow silence without filling it. You accept that being human includes being misread. As acceptance deepens, anxiety fades. You stop rehearsing explanations that may never be needed. You stop correcting imagined judgments. You return attention to what you are actually doing, not how it might look. The Stoics believed dignity comes from coherence between inner values and outer actions. When these align, perception becomes less important. You do not need to be seen correctly by everyone. You need to live correctly by yourself. Over time, this builds quiet confidence. Not confidence that others approve, but confidence that you can stand by your choices. This confidence is stable because it does not depend on feedback. Praise does not inflate it. Criticism does not shatter it. As perception management loosens, presence deepens. You are no longer split between acting and observing yourself act. You are simply here. This wholeness brings calm. Suffering often hides in the gap between who you are and who you think you must appear to be. When that gap closes, energy returns, anxiety softens, life feels simpler. Acceptance does not make you careless about others, it makes you honest. You still act with consideration, but without self-surveillance. You release the need to curate yourself, and in that release, something quiet but powerful happens. You feel lighter, more real, more at ease in your own skin. The anxiety fades, not because you are finally perceived correctly, but because you stopped trying to manage perception at all. You let others see what they see. You remain grounded in who you are. This is where control loosens again. You stop performing stability and start living it. And in that steadiness, suffering loses another subtle place to hide. As the need to manage perception fades, control reveals one of its deepest roots. Beneath planning, vigilance, discipline, and self-monitoring, there is often a quiet refusal to face something unavoidable. Control, at its core, is frequently a resistance to mortality. Mortality is not just about death. It is about impermanence, about the fact that bodies change, relationships end, abilities fade, and time keeps moving without asking permission. The mind struggles with this truth. Control becomes a way to pretend that with enough effort, loss can be delayed, softened, or avoided altogether. This resistance shows up as constant improvement, constant fixing, constant urgency to secure life against decay. You try to preserve youth, certainty, relevance, stability. You manage schedules tightly, routines carefully, identities firmly. The deeper motive is rarely spoken, but it is present. If everything is under control, maybe nothing important will slip away. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that much human anxiety comes not from death itself, but from refusing to acknowledge it. When mortality is denied, every change feels threatening. Every ending feels unjust. Control steps in to maintain the illusion that life can be stabilized permanently. This illusion creates suffering because life is defined by change. Bodies age, strength fluctuates, roles shift. When control resists these movements, the mind experiences them as failures instead of facts. Aging becomes shame, loss becomes catastrophe, uncertainty becomes danger. The pain is not in the change, but in the refusal to accept it. Control as resistance to mortality also distorts priorities. You spend energy trying to preserve what is already passing instead of appreciating it while it is here. Moments are rushed because time feels like an enemy. Stillness feels wasteful because there is a sense that something must be secured before it is gone. The Stoics practiced remembering death not to become gloomy, but to become clear. By accepting impermanence, they removed the urgency to control it. When you know something will end, you stop trying to freeze it. You engage with it more honestly. You show up fully without clinging. This acceptance changes how fear operates. Fear no longer disguises itself as responsibility. You recognize it as fear of loss, fear of fading, fear of not mattering. Seeing this clearly weakens its grip. Control no longer feels noble. It feels unnecessary. Resistance to mortality also shows up in how people chase certainty. You want guarantees. You want plans that last. You want answers that do not change. But certainty is temporary. Control tries to lock it in place, creating stress when reality refuses to comply. When mortality is accepted, uncertainty becomes easier to live with. You stop expecting permanence from temporary things. You stop demanding that life stay the same. This softens disappointment because endings are no longer seen as violations. The Stoics believed that peace comes from aligning with nature, not opposing it. Nature includes birth, growth, decline, and death. When control resists this cycle, it creates constant friction. When acceptance enters, friction fades. This acceptance also deepens gratitude. You value what is here because you know it will not last. You listen more carefully. You hold moments more gently. Control cannot do this because it treats life as something to secure rather than something to experience. Resistance to mortality also fuels the fear of insignificance. You want to leave marks. You want proof. You want to matter in lasting ways. Control pushes you to manage legacy instead of presence. But meaning is found in how you live, not in how long something remains. Letting go of this resistance does not mean giving up on life. It means engaging with it honestly. You still care, you still build, you still love, but you do so without the illusion that control can stop time. As acceptance deepens, the mind relaxes its grip. You stop fighting aging. You stop fearing change as much. You stop measuring worth by permanence. You begin to see life as a sequence of moments rather than a structure to defend. The Stoics found freedom here. When death was acknowledged, life became lighter. Fear lost its edge. Control softened. They no longer tried to dominate time. They used it. This shift restores dignity. You stop racing, ensuring nothing ends. You start living in a way that honors the fact that everything does. This honesty brings calm. Suffering reduces when mortality is no longer resisted. You stop demanding guarantees from a temporary world. You stop tightening around loss before it happens. You allow life to move. Control was never protection from death. It was only distraction from it. When the distraction ends, fear loses power. Acceptance steps in, not as resignation, but as clarity. You realize that peace does not come from extending life endlessly or freezing it in place. It comes from being fully present while it unfolds, from living well inside limits rather than fighting them. And in that realization, control loosens one more time. The struggle against impermanence ends. What remains is something quieter and stronger. A calm respect for life as it is, finite, changing, and still deeply worth living. As the resistance to mortality softens, another belief quietly loses its grip. It once felt comforting, even protective. It promised stability in an uncertain world, yet over time it created tension rather than peace. This belief is the idea that predictability equals safety. Predictability feels secure because it reduces surprise. When you know what is coming, the mind relaxes, at least briefly. Routines form, expectations settle. The future feels manageable. But this sense of safety is fragile. It depends on life behaving as expected, and life rarely agrees to that for long. The problem with predictability is not that it is useless. Structure can be helpful. The problem is when predictability becomes a substitute for trust, when the mind believes it is only safe if things repeat, control tightens. Any deviation feels threatening. Change becomes a problem instead of a process. The Stoics understood that predictability is not a guarantee of safety, but a preference. They saw that many people confuse familiarity with security. Something can be familiar and still harmful. Something can be unfamiliar and still beneficial. Predictability only feels safe because it is known, not because it is stable. This false safety shows up in daily life in subtle ways. You cling to routines even when they no longer serve you. You stay in situations that feel limiting but predictable. You avoid new paths because uncertainty feels risky. Over time, life shrinks to fit what you can anticipate. Comfort increases, but vitality fades. Predictability also creates anxiety about disruption. When safety depends on repetition, the mind becomes alert to any sign of change. A small shift feels alarming. A delay feels dangerous. You spend energy maintaining patterns instead of adapting to reality. The nervous system stays tense, guarding order. The Stoics believed that true safety comes from inner stability, not external consistency. When your sense of safety is rooted in your values and character, change does not threaten you as deeply. You can adjust without panic. You can respond without collapsing. False safety also weakens resilience. When life has been predictable for a while, the mind forgets how to adapt. The first major disruption feels overwhelming, not because it is unbearable, but because flexibility has not been practiced. Predictability creates dependency. When it breaks, fear rushes in. Another hidden cost is stagnation. Growth requires uncertainty. Learning happens when outcomes are not guaranteed. Creativity emerges when patterns are broken. Predictability resists all of this. It preserves what is known at the expense of what could be discovered. In relationships, the false safety of predictability can be especially limiting. You expect people to remain the same. You assume roles will not shift. When someone changes, discomfort appears. Control tries to restore the old dynamic. But people are not static. Expecting them to be creates conflict. The Stoics practiced readiness instead of predictability. They prepared the mind to meet change rather than trying to prevent it. This made them calmer, not more anxious. They trusted that whatever arrived could be handled with reason and integrity. Letting go of the false safety of predictability does not mean embracing chaos blindly. It means accepting that change is part of life's design. You keep what supports you, but you remain open. You use structure as a tool, not as a shield. This shift restores flexibility. When plans change, you adjust. When routines break, you recalibrate. When surprises appear, you respond instead of resist. Safety no longer depends on repetition. It depends on confidence in your ability to respond. As acceptance deepens, predictability loses its emotional charge. You still enjoy consistency, but you no longer cling to it. You stop fearing disruption as much. You see it as information, not threat. The Stoics believed that calm comes from preparedness of mind, not control of events. When you stop demanding that life remain predictable, you free energy. You stop guarding against change and start moving with it. This creates a quieter confidence. You trust that even if things unfold differently than expected, you will remain steady. This trust is more reliable than predictability ever was. It does not collapse when patterns break. Suffering often hides in the fear of surprise. When that fear loosens, life feels lighter. You stop bracing. You stop anticipating loss at every turn. You allow moments to unfold without supervision. Predictability promised safety, but demanded constant maintenance. Acceptance offers safety without effort. It rests in adaptability, not repetition. When you release the need for life to be predictable, you gain something stronger than certainty. You gain resilience. You gain presence. You gain the ability to live fully in a world that moves. And in that movement, you discover that safety was never in knowing what would happen next. It was always in knowing that you could meet whatever happens, without panic, without control, and without losing yourself. This is where acceptance deepens again. Not by freezing life into patterns, but by trusting yourself within change. And when that trust is in place, the false safety of predictability no longer holds power over the mind. As predictability loosens its hold and trust in adaptability grows, another quiet consequence of control comes into view. Control does not only restrict movement or create tension, it interferes with learning itself. When control dominates, growth slows, not because lessons stop appearing, but because the mind refuses to receive them. Learning requires openness. It requires the willingness to be wrong, incomplete, and uncertain. Control resists all three. A controlled mind wants answers before questions, certainty before exploration, and conclusions before experience. When life offers a lesson through difficulty or failure, control steps in to defend the ego instead of listening. This defense shows up as justification. When something doesn't work, the mind explains why it wasn't your fault. When feedback appears, the mind dismisses it as flawed. When outcomes disappoint, the mind blames conditions rather than examining choices. These reactions protect identity in the short term, but they block insight in the long term. The Stoics believed that learning comes from honest contact with reality, not the version of reality that flatters you, but the version that challenges you. When control filters experience, reality is distorted. You see only what confirms your approach. Everything else is treated as error or inconvenience. Control also rushes learning. It wants immediate conclusions. It dislikes ambiguity. But understanding often unfolds slowly. Patterns emerge over time. Wisdom forms through repetition and reflection. When the mind demands clarity too soon, it settles for shallow explanations. Deeper lessons are missed. This impatience affects how you process mistakes. Instead of asking, "What is this teaching me?" the controlled mind asks, "How do I fix this quickly?" The focus shifts from learning to damage control. Once the surface problem is resolved, attention moves on. The underlying pattern remains unchanged. Learning is also blocked by fear of vulnerability. Control tries to preserve competence. It avoids situations where weakness might be exposed. But weakness is where learning lives. Every new skill begins with discomfort. Every expansion begins with not knowing. When control avoids this space, growth stagnates. The Stoics approached learning as a lifelong practice. They did not expect mastery. They expected progress. They welcomed correction because it sharpened judgment. Control resists correction because it feels like loss of authority. Acceptance welcomes correction because it values truth over pride. Another way control blocks learning is through rigidity. When you believe your method is correct, you stop experimenting. You repeat what you know even when results fade. Learning requires variation. It requires trying new approaches and observing outcomes without attachment. Control prefers repetition because it feels safe. In relationships, this shows up as repeating the same conflicts. You react the same way, expecting different results. When outcomes disappoint, frustration grows. Learning would require stepping back and seeing your role clearly. Control resists this because it threatens the story you tell about yourself. The Stoics taught that events are teachers, not punishments. When something goes wrong, it is not a verdict. It is information. Control turns information into offense. Acceptance turns it into insight. Letting go of control restores curiosity. Curiosity is the engine of learning. When curiosity is present, mistakes are interesting. Feedback is useful. Discomfort becomes meaningful. The mind stops defending and starts observing. This shift also changes how you relate to success. Success becomes temporary data, not confirmation of superiority. You examine what worked and why, knowing conditions may change. This humility keeps learning alive even in favorable moments. As acceptance deepens, learning becomes continuous rather than reactive. You do not wait for crisis to reflect. You stay attentive. You notice patterns early. Adjustments happen gently instead of through collapse. The Stoics practiced this attentiveness daily. They reflected on actions not to judge, but to understand. They asked where they acted well and where they could improve. Control would have turned this into self-criticism. Acceptance turned it into refinement. Learning thrives where pressure is low and honesty is high. Control increases pressure and decreases honesty. Acceptance lowers pressure and invites truth. In that space, insight appears naturally. Over time, you notice that life keeps offering the same lessons until they are learned. Control fights this repetition. Acceptance uses it. Each experience becomes clearer. Patterns reveal themselves. Growth accelerates not because life changed, but because resistance ended. This does not mean learning becomes easy. It becomes effective. You stop repeating the same mistakes unconsciously. You recognize signals earlier. You adjust before consequences escalate. Suffering often persists, not because lessons are harsh, but because they are ignored. Control ignores. Acceptance listens. When control steps back, learning steps forward. The mind becomes flexible. The ego softens. Progress resumes. You no longer need to be right. You need to be aware. And in that awareness, something powerful happens. Life stops feeling like an opponent. It becomes a teacher again. Every moment carries information. Every challenge carries direction. This is where acceptance deepens further, not as passivity, but as receptivity. You receive what life is showing you without distortion. You learn without defensiveness. You grow without force. Control blocks learning because it fears change. Acceptance welcomes learning because it trusts growth. When that trust is restored, suffering loses another place to hide, and wisdom finally has room to form. As learning opens again and the mind becomes more receptive, one final craving often tightens quietly around experience. It does not look dramatic. It feels reasonable, even wise. Yet it is one of the most persistent sources of suffering. This is the need for certainty. Certainty promises relief. When things are clear, the mind relaxes. When outcomes feel known, fear recedes. But this relief is temporary, because certainty in life is temporary. The mind, however, treats certainty as a requirement rather than a preference. And when certainty disappears, anxiety rushes in to fill the gap. The need for certainty turns uncertainty into a threat. Questions become uncomfortable. Pauses feel unsafe. Not knowing feels like failure. The mind begins chasing answers, not to understand, but to calm itself. This chase never ends, because life keeps changing. Every answer creates new questions. Every solution opens new variables. The Stoics understood that certainty is rare and fragile. They observed that most of life unfolds without guarantees. When the mind demands certainty anyway, it lives in constant tension. It waits for reassurance before acting. It hesitates, overthinks, and delays. Opportunities pass, not because they were wrong, but because certainty never arrived. This need also distorts decision-making. Instead of choosing based on values and available information, the mind waits for complete confidence. But complete confidence rarely appears before action. It often comes after. When certainty is required first, movement stalls. Life feels stuck, not because nothing is possible, but because nothing feels safe enough. The suffering here is subtle but constant. You feel restless even in calm moments. You check and recheck decisions. You seek reassurance from others. You replay scenarios, hoping to eliminate doubt. Yet doubt remains because it is part of being human, not a problem to solve. Needing certainty also fuels control. When outcomes are unclear, the mind tries to force clarity by managing details, people, and timing. This effort exhausts you. The more you try to eliminate uncertainty, the more aware of it you become. The mind becomes hyper-focused on what it does not know. In relationships, this need creates strain. You want to know where you stand, how others feel, what will happen next. When answers are vague or delayed, anxiety grows. You may push for clarity too soon or withdraw to protect yourself. Both reactions are driven not by the relationship itself, but by discomfort with uncertainty. The Stoics approached uncertainty differently. They accepted it as a condition of life, not a flaw. They focused on what could be known, their intentions, their actions, their values, and released what could not. This shift did not remove uncertainty, it removed fear of it. When you stop needing certainty, you regain freedom. You act with the information you have. You adjust as new information arrives. You stop waiting for guarantees and start participating. Mistakes become part of the process, not proof of poor judgment. This does not mean acting blindly. It means acting humbly. You recognize limits without letting them paralyze you. You accept that some outcomes will surprise you. This acceptance reduces anxiety because the mind is no longer demanding the impossible. The need for certainty also blocks peace in the present. You cannot fully rest when your mind is waiting for confirmation about the future. You enjoy moments cautiously, as if something unresolved is hovering nearby. Letting go of this need allows presence to deepen. You stop postponing peace. The Stoics practiced preparing the mind, not predicting events. They trained themselves to respond calmly to whatever arrived. This made certainty less important. When you trust your ability to respond, you no longer need to know exactly what will happen. Over time, you notice that many of your fears were not about actual danger, but about not knowing. When you stop treating not knowing as a problem, fear loses strength. Curiosity replaces anxiety. You begin asking, "What can I do now?" instead of, "What will happen?" This shift changes how life feels. Uncertainty becomes space instead of threat, possibility instead of danger. You stop filling every gap with worry. You allow things to unfold. Suffering thrives where certainty is demanded. It fades where uncertainty is allowed. The mind relaxes not because it finally knows everything, but because it stops insisting that it should. Acceptance deepens again here. You accept that clarity comes and goes, that understanding unfolds in stages, that life is lived forward, not solved in advance. When the need for certainty loosens, energy returns. Decisions become lighter. Movement resumes. You stop carrying the weight of the future in the present moment. Peace is not found in knowing what will happen. It is found in knowing how you will meet what happens. The Stoics trusted this deeply, and when you trust it too, suffering loses one of its strongest foundations. You no longer brace against the unknown. You walk into it steady, alert, and open. This is where acceptance becomes practical, not an idea, but a way of moving through life to be certain of one thing only, that you can face whatever comes without needing certainty first. As the grip on certainty loosens and the mind learns to move without guarantees, another resistance quietly comes into view. It is subtle but powerful. Control does not only try to shape outcomes or remove doubt. It often exists to prevent something deeper from happening. Control is frequently a refusal to be changed. Change is not only external, it is internal. It reshapes identity, beliefs, habits, and self-image. When life challenges you, it does not just ask you to respond, it asks you to evolve. Control resists this request. It tries to keep the inner world intact, even as the outer world shifts. This refusal often hides behind stability. You tell yourself you are staying grounded, consistent, or loyal to who you are. But underneath, there may be fear. Fear of losing familiarity. Fear of questioning old beliefs. Fear of becoming someone you do not yet recognize. Control protects the current version of you by rejecting experiences that threaten it. The mind prefers continuity. It wants the story of me to remain coherent. When events challenge that story, discomfort arises. Control steps in to restore the narrative. You explain things away. You minimize impact. You return quickly to old patterns. This keeps identity stable, but it blocks growth. The Stoics understood that life constantly reshapes us. They believed wisdom requires willingness to be changed by experience. When you refuse change, you turn learning into defense. You survive events without absorbing their meaning. The surface adapts, but the core remains untouched. This refusal shows up clearly in emotional responses. When pain arises, control tries to shut it down quickly, not to heal, but to avoid transformation. Some emotions are invitations to change priorities, boundaries, or direction. When they are suppressed, the invitation is declined. It also appears in belief systems. When new information contradicts what you believe, control dismisses it. Not because it is false, but because it threatens identity. Admitting change feels like admitting error. Control would rather remain consistent than accurate. This resistance creates stagnation. Life continues moving, but you stay the same. Tension builds because reality keeps pushing for adjustment. The more you resist, the more forceful life becomes. Challenges repeat, patterns return, suffering intensifies, not as punishment, but as pressure to change. The Stoics did not see change as loss, they saw it as alignment. When life reveals something no longer fits, adaptation restores balance. Control disrupts this process by clinging to outdated forms. Acceptance allows transformation to occur without collapse. Refusing to be changed also keeps pain unresolved. Pain is not always something to eliminate. Sometimes it is something to integrate. It carries information about limits, needs, and values. Control silences this information. The pain may fade temporarily, but its message remains unheard. Relationships are often where this resistance becomes most visible. You want others to change so that you do not have to. You try to maintain roles and dynamics even when they no longer reflect reality. Growth in others feels threatening because it demands adjustment from you. Control tries to preserve the old balance. Letting go of this refusal requires courage. Change asks you to release familiar identities before new ones are clear. The Stoics believed that character is not fixed. It is refined through experience. Each challenge shapes judgment, patience, and humility, if allowed. When you accept being changed, resistance softens. You stop trying to return to who you were. You begin asking who you are becoming. This shift reduces suffering because you are no longer fighting the current of life. You move with it. This does not mean losing yourself. It means shedding what no longer serves you. Change does not erase values. It clarifies them. It strips away excess and reveals what is essential. Control cannot see this because it equates change with loss. As acceptance deepens, you allow experiences to leave marks, not scars of damage, but traces of learning. You do not rush to recover your old self. You integrate what happened and adjust your direction. This integration brings peace. You also become more flexible. When future challenges arise, you are less threatened. You trust that change does not destroy you. It reshapes you. This trust reduces fear and the need to control. The Stoics believed that resisting change is resisting life itself. Life is movement, growth, decline, renewal. When you allow yourself to be changed, you align with this movement. Suffering fades because friction ends. You stop demanding that experiences leave you untouched. You accept that being alive means being shaped. This acceptance brings depth. Your responses become wiser. Your reactions soften. You stop clinging to outdated versions of yourself. In this space, control loses its purpose. It was guarding an identity that needed updating. Once you accept change, control becomes unnecessary. Peace returns not because life stops challenging you, but because you stop resisting its influence. You grow instead of bracing. You evolve instead of defending. This is where acceptance becomes transformative. You no longer ask life to stay the same. You allow it to change you. And in doing so, you become stronger, clearer, and more aligned. Suffering shrinks when you stop trying to remain unchanged in a changing world. When control releases its grip on identity, growth begins. And growth, though uncomfortable at times, carries far less suffering than resistance ever could. As resistance to change loosens and growth is allowed to shape you, another subtle habit comes into focus. Control does not only resist pain, it interprets it, and in doing so, it turns pain into something heavier than it needs to be. This is how control makes pain personal. Pain is a natural part of being alive. Loss, disappointment, failure, rejection, physical discomfort. These are universal experiences, but suffering grows when pain is filtered through control. Instead of meeting pain as an event, the mind turns it into a message about you. It asks, "Why is this happening to me? What does this say about me? What did I do wrong?" This shift is quiet but powerful. Pain moves from the body or situation into identity. It becomes proof of failure, weakness, or injustice. Control insists that pain must have a reason tied to personal fault or personal meaning. When that reason cannot be found, the mind keeps searching, replaying the moment again and again. The Stoics understood that pain itself is often unavoidable, but the story built around it is optional. Control writes that story. It frames pain as punishment, as betrayal, as evidence that life is unfair or that you are inadequate. This framing intensifies suffering because it adds judgment to sensation. When control is active, pain is not allowed to simply pass through. It is analyzed, resisted, and personalized. The mind asks why this happened now, why it happened to you, why it should not have happened at all. These questions do not reduce pain, they deepen it. This personalization also creates isolation. You feel singled out by life. You believe others are spared what you are enduring. Even when others suffer too, your pain feels uniquely heavy because control has attached it to your sense of self. Pain becomes lonely, not because it is rare, but because it is interpreted as personal failure. Another effect is comparison. Control measures pain against expectations. You believe that if you lived correctly, planned better, or behaved differently, this pain would not exist. This belief fuels regret and self-blame. Instead of responding to pain, you argue with the past. Control also turns pain into a threat to identity. You fear what pain might change in you. You resist grief because it might soften you. You resist loss because it might redefine you. You resist vulnerability because it feels like loss of control. This resistance keeps pain active longer than necessary. The Stoics approached pain differently. They separated sensation from judgment. Pain was an experience, not a verdict. It did not define character. It did not imply failure. It was simply part of the human condition. This perspective did not remove pain, but it prevented it from becoming personal. When pain is not personalized, it becomes easier to meet. You stop asking what it says about you and start asking what it requires from you. Rest, adjustment, support, patience. These responses are practical. They move forward. Personalization keeps you stuck. Control also convinces you that pain must be eliminated quickly. It treats pain as error. This urgency creates panic. You rush to fix, suppress, or escape. But some pain needs time. Some pain needs acknowledgement. Control interferes with this process, prolonging suffering. Letting go begins with recognizing that pain does not need to be justified. It does not need a moral explanation. It does not need to be earned. It arrives because life unfolds. When you stop asking what pain means about you, its intensity often decreases. This does not mean indifference. It means neutrality. You allow pain to exist without adding identity to it. You feel what is there without narrating it as failure or injustice. This space allows pain to move. Resistance traps it. As acceptance deepens, pain becomes less frightening. You trust that feeling it will not destroy you. You stop bracing against it. The body relaxes slightly. The mind stops spinning. Healing begins not because pain vanished, but because struggle ended. This shift also restores compassion. When you stop personalizing your own pain, you stop judging others for theirs. You recognize suffering as shared, not earned. This understanding softens interactions and reduces isolation. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from how you respond, not from avoiding pain. When pain is no longer personal, response becomes clearer. You act according to values even while hurting. This builds strength without hardness. Over time, you notice that pain passes more quickly when not fed by interpretation. Emotions move through instead of lodging inside. You still feel deeply, but you recover more naturally. Suffering shrinks when pain is allowed to be impersonal. It becomes part of experience, not a statement about worth. Control loses power because it no longer defines the meaning of pain. Acceptance does not remove pain from life. It removes the extra layer that says pain should not exist, or that it defines who you are. This removal brings relief. When control releases pain from identity, something important happens. You stop fighting yourself. You stop carrying shame for being human. You meet pain with honesty instead of defense. And in that meeting, pain becomes what it always was, a temporary experience, not a personal verdict. Life continues, strength remains, and suffering, once again, loses ground. As pain loses its personal charge and the mind stops turning every difficulty into a verdict about the self, a strange truth begins to surface. It goes against everything you were taught. It sounds backward at first. Yet it is one of the deepest insights the Stoics ever offered. You gain strength not by gripping harder, but by letting go. This is the paradox that changes everything. The instinct to win by force is deeply human. You push, insist, tighten, and strive because you believe effort must look like pressure. Letting go feels like defeat, like weakness, like stepping back while others advance. But the Stoics noticed something different. They saw that many losses are created by clinging, and many victories arrive only after release. Letting go does not mean quitting. It means releasing attachment to outcomes you cannot command. When you let go of the need for a specific result, your actions become cleaner. You stop wasting energy fighting reality. You focus fully on what is yours, your effort, your character, your response. This focus increases effectiveness, not reduces it. Control scatters energy. It pulls attention in many directions at once, monitoring outcomes, managing reactions, anticipating failure. Letting go gathers energy. When you release what you cannot influence, effort concentrates where it matters. This concentration is powerful. The Stoics believed that inner freedom creates outer strength. When fear of loss fades, action becomes bold. You speak more honestly because you are not trying to secure approval. You act more decisively because you are not paralyzed by consequences. You take risks aligned with values because you are no longer bargaining with the future. This is why letting go often looks like winning from the outside. People who are not attached move with confidence. They are harder to manipulate because they are not desperate for outcomes. They remain steady under pressure because they are not protecting fragile expectations. The paradox becomes clear in competition, work, and relationships. When you need to win, you tense. Your performance suffers. When you release the need to win and focus on doing your best, performance improves. The mind is free. Attention sharpens. Presence deepens. The very thing you wanted arrives when you stop chasing it. Letting go also removes fear of failure. When failure is no longer a threat to identity, it loses power. You experiment more. You learn faster. You recover quickly. Control tries to avoid failure. Letting go uses it. The Stoics understood that clinging creates fragility. Anything you grip tightly can be taken from you. Anything you define yourself by can collapse you. Letting go removes this leverage. You are no longer hostage to circumstances. This does not mean indifference. It means commitment without attachment. You care deeply, but you are not consumed by outcomes. This balance is rare and strong. It allows sustained effort without burnout. Another aspect of this paradox is timing. Control rushes. Letting go allows patience. When you are not forcing results, you sense when to act and when to wait. This timing often determines success more than effort alone. The Stoics valued this restraint because it aligned action with reality. Letting go also improves judgment. When emotions are not tangled in outcomes, decisions are clearer. You see options without distortion. You choose based on reason rather than fear. This clarity often leads to better results than force ever could. In relationships, this paradox is especially powerful. When you stop trying to control how others feel or behave, connection deepens. People respond more openly because they do not feel pressured. Trust grows because space exists. By letting go, you gain closeness. The Stoics believed that true victory is internal. When you are not defeated by events, you have already won. External success becomes secondary. This inner victory makes external outcomes easier to navigate because they no longer define you. Letting go also builds resilience. When you lose something you are not clinging to, recovery is faster. You feel pain, but not collapse. You adjust without bitterness. This resilience often leads to long-term success because setbacks no longer derail you. The paradox confuses the ego. The ego believes control equals power. The Stoics knew that self-mastery equals power. Letting go is not giving power away. It is reclaiming it from places where it never belonged. As acceptance deepens, you notice fewer internal battles. Energy once spent resisting reality becomes available for action. You move forward with less friction. Life feels less like a contest and more like a process you are participating in skillfully. Winning, in the Stoic sense, is not about dominating circumstances. It is about remaining whole regardless of them. When you let go of what you cannot control, nothing essential can be taken from you. That is real victory. This is why the paradox works. Letting go removes fear. Removing fear restores clarity. Clarity improves action. Improved action increases the likelihood of favorable outcomes. The win arrives not because you forced it, but because you stopped blocking it. Suffering shrinks dramatically here. Much suffering comes from trying to win on terms life does not offer. When you accept the terms and play your part fully, struggle eases. You begin to see that letting go was never about losing ground. It was about standing on firmer ground, ground that does not shift when outcomes change. This is the Stoic paradox. You stop gripping and strength appears. You stop demanding and progress resumes. You stop fighting reality and life opens paths you could not see before. When you let go to win, you are no longer chasing peace. You are creating it. And from that peace, everything else moves more freely, more clearly, and with far less suffering than before. As the paradox of letting go settles in, another truth becomes impossible to ignore. Control does not only drain energy or distort effort, it quietly pulls you away from the only place where life actually happens. Control collapses presence. Presence is simple. It is being where you are, with what is happening, without mental resistance or projection. But control lives in the future and the past. It anticipates, it rehearses, it revisits. The controlled mind is rarely here. It is managing what might happen next or replaying what already went wrong. This collapse happens gradually. You are physically present, but mentally elsewhere. You eat while planning. You listen while preparing responses. You walk while thinking about what should have happened or what needs to happen later. Moments pass, but they do not fully register. Life becomes something you supervise instead of experience. The Stoics understood that presence is the foundation of clarity. Without it, judgment weakens, emotions intensify, decisions lose precision, control undermines presence because it treats the present moment as insufficient. It believes something else must be fixed, predicted, or improved before peace is allowed. Control also fragments attention. You try to hold multiple timelines at once. What is happening now competes with imagined futures and revised pasts. This fragmentation creates fatigue. The mind works constantly but produces little satisfaction. Even when things go well, enjoyment is thin because attention is divided. Presence collapses most clearly during moments that should be restful. Silence feels uncomfortable. Stillness feels wasteful. The mind fills space with planning or worry. Control cannot tolerate emptiness because emptiness offers no leverage. Presence requires allowing space without immediately occupying it. This habit affects emotional life deeply. When you are not present with feelings, they do not resolve. You avoid them by thinking around them. You analyze instead of feel. Control prefers explanation over experience, but emotions move through sensation, not logic. When presence collapses, emotions linger longer. The Stoics practiced anchoring attention in the present to prevent this collapse. They returned again and again to what was in front of them, the task at hand, the breath, the action they were performing. They did not do this to escape responsibility, but to perform it well. Presence sharpened their actions. Control also weakens memory. When you are not fully present, moments do not imprint deeply. Days blur together. Life feels fast and empty at the same time. You wonder where time went, not realizing it passed while attention was elsewhere. In relationships, collapsed presence creates distance. You are with others, but not fully. You miss subtle expressions. You respond from habit rather than awareness. Others may feel unseen without knowing why. Control prioritizes outcomes over connection. Presence prioritizes contact. Another cost is diminished joy. Joy requires immersion. It cannot be multitasked. When control is active, joy is postponed until everything is resolved. But everything is never resolved. So joy becomes rare, fragile, or delayed indefinitely. Letting go of control restores presence because attention no longer has to monitor imaginary problems. When you stop trying to manage every possibility, attention returns naturally to what is real. The body relaxes. The senses sharpen. You notice details again. This shift does not mean abandoning planning altogether. It means placing planning where it belongs. You plan when planning is required. You act when action is required. And when neither is required, you allow yourself to be present without guilt. The Stoics believed that the present moment is the only place where virtue can be practiced. You cannot act well yesterday. You cannot respond well tomorrow. You can only choose well now. Control pulls you away from this power by scattering attention. As acceptance deepens, presence becomes easier. You stop evaluating moments as stepping stones. You stop rushing through experiences to reach imagined endpoints. You allow moments to be complete as they are. This presence brings calm, not because life slows down, but because you are no longer divided. Attention is whole. Effort is focused. Rest is real. You begin to feel grounded again. The mind stops racing ahead. The body feels more alive. Simple activities regain meaning. Walking feels like walking. Listening feels like listening. Living feels like living. The collapse of presence was never caused by busyness alone. It was caused by the belief that something else mattered more than now. Control fed that belief. Acceptance dissolves it. Suffering often hides in absence. When you are not here, you cannot rest. When you return, much of the struggle fades without effort. The Stoics practiced presence not as meditation alone, but as a way of engaging life. They showed up fully for what was required and released what was not. This balance preserved strength. As control loosens, presence expands. You are no longer watching life from a distance. You are inside it again. This does not remove difficulty. It changes how difficulty is met. Presence does not fix problems. It makes them workable. It does not eliminate pain. It prevents additional suffering. It does not promise happiness. It allows depth. This is one of the quiet victories of acceptance. You reclaim your attention. You stop living ahead of yourself. You return to the moment that was waiting all along, and in that return, life regains texture. Time slows. Meaning sharpens. Control loses relevance because presence has replaced it. When you are fully here, there is far less need to manage everything else. And in that simplicity, suffering finds very little room to survive. As presence returns and attention settles back into the moment, another draining habit becomes easier to see. It often hides behind fairness, behind memory, behind the quiet need to keep track. This is the exhaustion of moral scorekeeping. Moral scorekeeping is the habit of counting. Who did what? Who tried harder? Who gave more? Who failed? Who owes whom? It rarely announces itself. It lives in mental ledgers, in remembered slights, in unspoken comparisons. The mind keeps records, believing this is how balance is maintained. But balance, enforced this way, comes at a high cost. This habit feels justified. You tell yourself it is only fair to remember effort and injustice. You think that by keeping score, you protect yourself from being taken advantage of. Yet over time, the scorekeeper becomes the most exhausted person in the room. Every interaction requires accounting. Every disappointment is added to the list. Every kindness is weighed against what came before. The Stoics understood that fairness, enforced through memory, creates tension, not justice. Life does not balance itself according to personal ledgers. When you try to make it do so, resentment grows. You relive the past repeatedly, not to learn, but to confirm imbalance. This reliving drains energy that could be used in the present. Moral scorekeeping also poisons generosity. You may still give, but the giving is no longer free. Some part of you waits for return. When it does not come, frustration appears. You feel unseen, unappreciated, wronged. But the other person may not even know a transaction was taking place. The burden was internal. This habit especially corrodes relationships. Instead of meeting others as they are now, you meet them as the sum of their past actions. Old mistakes stay active. Growth goes unnoticed. Trust becomes conditional. Connection stiffens because the past is always present in your mind. The exhaustion comes from constant vigilance. You must remember details. You must compare. You must judge. The mind stays busy evaluating fairness instead of resting in reality. Even when nothing is wrong, the ledger remains open, ready to be updated. Moral scorekeeping also traps you in a false role, that of the silent judge. You decide who deserves what, who tried enough, who failed morally. This role feels powerful at first, but it isolates you. You carry moral weight alone, without relief. The Stoics rejected this role. They believed your responsibility ends with your own conduct. You act with fairness because it aligns with your values, not because it guarantees reciprocity. When others fall short, that is information about them, not a debt you must carry. Letting go of scorekeeping does not mean tolerating harm or forgetting boundaries. It means releasing the belief that remembering every imbalance will protect you. In reality, it keeps wounds open. Boundaries protect you. Ledgers exhaust you. When you stop keeping score, something surprising happens. Energy returns. The mind no longer revisits old scenes for validation. You stop rehearsing arguments that will never be spoken. You feel lighter, not because things became fairer, but because you stopped demanding that fairness be enforced through memory. This shift also restores clarity. When you are not burdened by past accounting, you can respond to what is happening now. You address issues directly instead of storing them. You speak when something matters instead of accumulating silent resentment. The Stoics practiced justice as action, not as memory. They focused on doing what was right in the moment and then letting it go. They did not carry proof of virtue or records of sacrifice. This freed them from bitterness and preserved dignity. Moral scorekeeping also feeds identity. You see yourself as the one who gives more, tries harder, cares deeper. While this may be true at times, clinging to it hardens the self. It creates distance from others and from humility. Letting go softens identity without diminishing self-respect. As acceptance deepens, fairness becomes simpler. You choose how you act. You choose what you tolerate. You choose when to step back. You do not need to justify these choices with a history lesson. The present is enough. You also notice that many past grievances lose intensity when not revisited. They shrink naturally, not because they were invalid, but because they were no longer fed. Memory loses its grip when attention returns to now. The exhaustion fades because the work has stopped. You are no longer carrying invisible weights. You are no longer proving anything. You are no longer waiting for life to balance accounts. This does not make you naive. It makes you clear. You recognize patterns without obsessing over them. You protect yourself without resentment. You act without keeping score. The Stoics believed that inner peace requires releasing unnecessary burdens. Moral scorekeeping is one of the heaviest. It demands constant effort and gives little in return. When you put the ledger down, your hands are free. Free to act. Free to rest. Free to meet people as they are, not as they were. Suffering often lingers not because injustice occurred, but because it is replayed endlessly. When replay stops, healing begins. As control loosens again, this habit fades. You stop managing fairness through memory. You live forward instead of backward. And in that forward movement, the mind rests, the heart softens, relationships breathe, energy returns. The exhaustion ends not when everyone finally behaves fairly, but when you stop carrying the burden of keeping track. Acceptance deepens once more. You release the role of judge. You reclaim the role of participant. And in that shift, suffering loses another quiet, draining source. As the mental ledger finally closes and the weight of moral accounting lifts, a quieter absence becomes noticeable. It is not pain, it is not conflict, it is something softer, yet deeply missed. Control does not only exhaust or harden the mind, it blocks awe. Awe is the feeling that life is larger than you, that something exceeds your plans, your explanations, your understanding. It arrives unexpectedly, through nature, through beauty, through moments of deep connection or sudden clarity. But awe cannot be summoned. It appears only when the mind is open. Control closes that opening. A controlled mind wants to understand before it feels. It wants to label, predict, and contain. When something beautiful or mysterious appears, the mind rushes to explain it, measure it, or fit it into what is already known. In doing so, it shrinks the experience. Awe dissolves into information. This happens quietly. You watch a sunset, but think about tomorrow. You hear music, but analyze why it works. You stand before something vast and feel the urge to capture it, describe it, or own it. Control turns wonder into possession, and possession dulls impact. The Stoics understood that awe is not weakness, it is perspective. It reminds you that you are part of something larger, not in charge of it. This perspective humbles the ego and calms the mind. Control resists this humility because it threatens the illusion of mastery. When control dominates, the world becomes predictable and flat. Everything is reduced to function. Nature becomes scenery. People become roles. Moments become steps toward outcomes. Awe requires presence without agenda. Control always has an agenda. Another way control blocks awe is through constant explanation. The mind believes that once something is understood, it is complete. But understanding is not the same as experiencing. You can understand the physics of a star and still feel awe when you look at the night sky. Control prefers the explanation and skips the feeling. Awe also requires vulnerability. It asks you to be moved, to be affected, to not remain unchanged. Control resists being moved. It prefers stability. It keeps emotional distance. Awe breaks that distance. It softens defenses. It reminds you that you are not separate from life. This barrier shows up strongly in adulthood. Children experience awe naturally because they do not try to manage experience. Adults often lose awe not because the world is less amazing, but because the mind is more guarded. Control replaces curiosity. Efficiency replaces wonder. The Stoics practiced reverence for nature and life not as belief, but as attitude. They observed the order and unpredictability of the world with respect. They did not try to dominate it. This respect kept awe alive even in hardship. Control also blocks awe by keeping attention narrow. Awe requires wide attention. It requires noticing patterns, scale, depth. When the mind is busy managing details, it cannot widen. It stays focused on tasks and threats. Awe exists outside urgency. Letting go of control restores awe because it restores openness. When you are not trying to extract value from a moment, the moment can speak. When you are not trying to own or explain an experience, it can move you. This does not mean abandoning understanding. It means knowing when to stop explaining and start feeling. It means allowing silence, allowing impact, allowing mystery to remain unsolved. As acceptance deepens, awe returns in small ways. You notice light differently. You feel time stretch. You are touched by simple things. These moments do not demand anything from you. They simply exist, and you exist with them. Awe also reduces suffering. When you feel part of something larger, personal problems shrink slightly. Not because they disappear, but because perspective expands. Control keeps problems central. Awe places them in context. The Stoics believed that remembering your place in the larger order of things brings calm. Not insignificance, but relief. You are no longer carrying the weight of total responsibility. Life does not depend entirely on you. This realization is freeing. When awe returns, gratitude deepens. You stop asking what life should give you and start noticing what it already offers. Control cannot do this because it is always focused on improvement, not appreciation. Awe also softens fear. Fear thrives on the belief that everything rests on your ability to manage. Awe dissolves that belief. It reminds you that life has its own intelligence. You are participating, not supervising. As control loosens further, you allow yourself to be surprised again. Surprise is a close companion of awe. When you stop predicting everything, the unexpected can delight you instead of threatening you. This does not make life perfect, it makes it rich. Awe does not remove pain, it balances it. It reminds you that even in difficulty, life is vast, complex, and alive. Control reduces life to problems to solve. Awe returns life to experience. One tightens the mind, the other opens it. When awe is blocked, life feels smaller than it is. When awe flows, even ordinary days carry depth. Acceptance is what opens this door. You stop demanding that life be manageable. You allow it to be meaningful. And in that allowance, awe finds its way back. Not loudly, not constantly, but enough to remind you why letting go was worth it. Suffering often grows in a world without awe. When awe returns, even briefly, the mind remembers something essential. That life is not only something to endure or control, it is something to witness. And when you allow yourself to witness instead of manage, something inside you softens. The struggle quiets. Perspective widens. Control may promise safety, but awe offers depth. One closes the heart, the other opens it. As acceptance deepens once more, awe is no longer blocked by control. It moves freely again, reminding you, gently, powerfully, that life is bigger than fear, richer than plans, and far more alive than the mind ever allowed itself to notice. As awe begins to return and life feels wider again, another realization quietly settles in. Control does not only block joy or drain energy. At a certain point, it crosses a deeper line. It stops protecting you and starts betraying you. This is when control turns inward and works against your own truth. Self-betrayal happens when you override what you know, feel, or need in order to maintain control. You silence instincts because they feel risky. You ignore exhaustion because rest feels irresponsible. You stay in situations that drain you because leaving would disrupt stability. Control tells you this is strength. But inside, something tightens. A quiet misalignment forms. The Stoics believed that living in harmony with oneself was essential for peace. When actions conflict with inner values or signals, distress grows. Control creates this conflict by prioritizing order over honesty. You begin to live according to rules that no longer reflect who you are becoming. This betrayal often starts small. You dismiss discomfort. You rationalize unease. You explain away inner resistance. Over time, these moments accumulate. The body speaks through tension, fatigue, or numbness. The mind responds by tightening control even further, believing that more discipline will solve the problem. But discipline cannot heal disconnection. Control cannot replace alignment. The more you force yourself to comply with structures that no longer fit, the more fragmented you feel. You may appear functional on the outside, but inside there is quiet resentment, not toward others, but toward yourself. Self-betrayal is exhausting because it requires constant suppression. You must monitor thoughts, manage feelings, and override signals. This internal effort consumes energy and creates confusion. You begin to doubt your own reactions. You stop trusting your judgment. Control becomes both the cause and the attempted solution. The Stoics warned against this inner division. They believed that integrity was not about rigid consistency, but about coherence between reason and action. When control ignores reason, when it refuses to listen to experience, it breaks that coherence. The result is inner unrest. This betrayal often appears in the name of obligation. You tell yourself you must endure, must persist, must not change course. But obligation without alignment becomes self-neglect. Endurance without meaning becomes punishment. Control keeps you loyal to outdated commitments long after they have lost purpose. Another sign of self-betrayal is emotional dullness. When you repeatedly ignore inner signals, sensitivity fades. You feel less, not because life is easier, but because awareness has been numbed. Control prefers numbness over uncertainty, but numbness blocks clarity. Letting go here requires honesty, not dramatic change, but quiet truth-telling. You begin by asking where you have been overriding yourself, where you have chosen control over alignment. This recognition may be uncomfortable, but it is liberating. Naming betrayal ends it. The Stoics believed that the self must not become an enemy. When you act against your own reason and values, you create internal opposition. Acceptance restores unity. You stop fighting yourself. You allow inner signals to inform action. This does not mean indulging every impulse. It means listening. It means distinguishing between fear and wisdom. Control often silences both. Acceptance learns the difference. As self-betrayal ends, trust returns. You begin to rely on your inner compass again. Decisions feel clearer. Boundaries feel natural. Effort feels aligned rather than forced. This shift brings relief. The constant pressure to hold yourself together eases. You no longer need to perform strength. You live it quietly by staying true to what you know matters. The Stoics believed that freedom begins with self-respect, respecting your limits, respecting your insight, respecting the signals life sends through you. Control violates this respect. Acceptance restores it. When control steps back, you stop sacrificing yourself to maintain stability. You choose stability that includes you. This choice reduces suffering because inner conflict dissolves. Self-betrayal ends when you stop demanding that you be someone you no longer are. You allow growth to inform change. You update commitments. You adjust direction. Life feels more honest, not easier, but clearer. You no longer live against yourself. That alone removes a large portion of suffering. As acceptance deepens, control loses another purpose. It no longer needs to override truth to preserve order. Order emerges naturally when alignment is restored, and in that alignment, peace returns, not because everything is controlled, but because nothing essential is being betrayed. This is one of the most profound shifts on the path of acceptance. You stop choosing control over truth. You choose integrity over rigidity. When that choice is made, something settles inside you. The struggle quiets, energy returns, direction clarifies, and in that quiet clarity, suffering loosens again, because you are no longer fighting life, and you are no longer fighting yourself. As self-betrayal loosens and inner alignment begins to return, one final cost of control becomes painfully clear. It is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, heavy, and often misunderstood. Control, when carried too long, creates loneliness. Not the loneliness of being alone, but the loneliness of being the one who believes they must manage everything. This loneliness comes from the belief that if you don't hold things together, everything will fall apart. You become the planner, the stabilizer, the one who anticipates problems before they arise. Others may rely on you, consciously or not. Over time, this role hardens. You stop sharing uncertainty. You stop asking for help. You stop admitting doubt. Not because support isn't available, but because you no longer believe you are allowed to need it. Control isolates because it places you above the mess of life rather than inside it. You stand watch while others rest. You stay composed while others fall apart. You absorb stress quietly so things can keep moving. From the outside, this looks like strength. On the inside, it feels like distance. You are surrounded by people, yet unseen in your own strain. The Stoics understood that trying to carry the whole world is not virtue. It is misunderstanding. Responsibility has limits. When those limits are ignored, responsibility turns into burden. Control convinces you that burden is proof of worth, that being needed means being valuable. But over time, this belief empties connection of equality. Loneliness grows because control prevents vulnerability. You don't want to worry others. You don't want to appear weak. You don't want to lose authority or stability. So you keep things to yourself. You solve problems internally. You manage emotions privately. The cost is that no one ever meets you where you are, because you never show where that is. This isolation also creates resentment. You notice that others seem lighter, freer, less concerned. You wonder why they don't see what you see or carry what you carry. But often they don't carry it because you never put it down. Control trains others to expect you to handle things. Silence teaches others that you are fine. The loneliness deepens when appreciation fades. Control work is invisible. Planning ahead prevents problems, so success looks like nothing happened. You feel tired, but there is no moment of recognition. No one thanks you for disasters that never came. Over time, this invisibility hurts more than effort itself. The Stoics believed that shared humanity is a source of strength. No one is meant to stand alone against life. When you isolate yourself through control, you cut off support that could sustain you. You become strong in ways that cost too much. Letting go here does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means releasing the belief that you must carry it alone. It means allowing others to participate, even imperfectly. It means trusting that things will survive without your constant supervision. This is often the hardest release because identity is involved. You may fear that without control, you lose relevance. That if you stop managing, you stop mattering. But connection is not built on management. It is built on presence and honesty. As acceptance deepens, you begin to share weight. You speak uncertainty out loud. You ask for input instead of deciding alone. You allow others to struggle without rescuing immediately. This does not weaken you. It reconnects you. The loneliness eases because you are no longer separate from the human experience. You stop standing above it and step back into it. You are no longer the silent pillar. You are a participant. This shift also restores balance in relationships. Others feel trusted rather than managed. You feel supported rather than burdened. Roles soften. Interaction becomes mutual again. The Stoics believed that strength includes knowing when to rest and when to lean. Control denies this. Acceptance restores it. You realize that being needed is not the same as being connected, and connection matters more. As control releases its final grip here, something gentle appears. Relief. You no longer have to hold everything together. Life becomes shared again. Problems become collective. Silence becomes safe. You are no longer alone in responsibility. You are no longer the only one awake while others sleep. You let go of the belief that collapse depends on you. And in that letting go, something unexpected happens. You feel closer to others, not farther. You feel less responsible for everything, but more present in what matters. The loneliness was never caused by others failing to help. It was caused by control, refusing to allow help in the first place. Acceptance ends that refusal. You stop managing life alone. You allow life to be lived with others, imperfectly, unpredictably, together. And in that shared ground, suffering softens once more. Not because life is easier, but because you are no longer carrying it by yourself. This is where the journey through control truly changes direction. You are no longer the one who must manage everything. You are simply one human among others, moving through life with honesty, support, and far less weight than before. And that, quietly, deeply, is where peace finally begins to feel possible. As the loneliness of carrying everything alone begins to ease, another quiet fear surfaces beneath the habit of control. It is not always spoken, and it is rarely admitted. Yet it shapes countless decisions. Control is often driven by the fear of being ordinary. This fear does not mean wanting fame or attention. It means fearing insignificance. Fearing that without constant effort, management, and improvement, you might fade into the background. Control becomes a way to stay relevant, needed, exceptional. It whispers that if you loosen your grip, you will become forgettable, replaceable, just another person among many. This fear pushes you to do more than is necessary, to take on extra responsibility, to be the reliable one, the capable one, the one who holds things together. Control becomes proof of value. You feel important because things depend on you. Without that dependence, there is anxiety about who you are. The Stoics understood this fear deeply. They saw how ego disguises itself as responsibility and ambition. They knew that the desire to stand apart often comes from insecurity, not strength. When control is used to avoid ordinariness, life becomes a performance. You act not from alignment, but from fear of fading. This fear also distorts how you measure worth. You begin to believe that being calm, simple, or unremarkable means failing. You chase intensity, achievement, or constant usefulness. Rest feels like disappearance. Contentment feels dangerous. Control keeps you busy so you don't have to face the question of who you are without effort. The irony is that this chase creates exhaustion, not fulfillment. You become known for what you do, not who you are. When you slow down, discomfort appears. Silence feels empty. You worry that without motion, there is nothing special left. Control fills this silence. The Stoics rejected the idea that worth comes from distinction. They believed that living according to reason and virtue was enough. Not impressive, not dramatic, enough. This belief freed them from the need to prove themselves through control. Fear of being ordinary also blocks intimacy. You hide uncertainty because it feels plain. You avoid admitting confusion because it feels unimpressive. You maintain an image of competence. But this image creates distance. Others see the role, not the person. Control keeps you admired, but unseen. This fear often comes from comparison. You measure yourself against others' achievements, visibility, or impact. Control promises an edge. It tells you that if you stay vigilant and in charge, you will remain ahead. But comparison never ends. There is always someone doing more, being more, achieving more. Control feeds a race with no finish line. Letting go here requires a redefinition of meaning. The Stoics believed that being ordinary in action does not mean being empty in life. A quiet, steady existence aligned with values was not failure. It was success. Control rejects this simplicity. Acceptance embraces it. When you release the need to stand out, pressure dissolves. You stop turning life into a project of self-importance. You allow yourself to be human without embellishment. This does not reduce depth. It increases it. You begin to notice richness in simplicity. This shift also restores peace. You no longer need to justify your existence through constant management. You stop proving value through exhaustion. You trust that being present, honest, and grounded is enough. Fear of being ordinary also hides fear of mortality. If you are ordinary, you fear being forgotten. Control tries to leave marks. Acceptance understands that meaning is found in how you live, not how long you are remembered. The Stoics reminded themselves that most people in history lived quietly, loved, struggled, and passed on. This did not make their lives meaningless. It made them human. Control resists this truth because it threatens the ego's need for significance. As acceptance deepens, you allow yourself to blend into life instead of standing above it. You stop managing your image. You stop trying to be exceptional at all costs. You focus on being sincere. This sincerity changes how life feels. You enjoy moments without turning them into achievements. You rest without guilt. You contribute without needing recognition. You let yourself be ordinary and discover that ordinary is not empty. The fear softens when you realize that meaning does not come from standing out, but from standing honestly in your own life. Control was trying to protect you from invisibility. Acceptance shows you that invisibility is not the threat you imagined. You begin to trust that being enough does not require being exceptional. You release the tension of constant self-definition. You stop curating significance. The Stoics believed that peace comes when you no longer demand that life prove your importance. When you stop insisting on being special, you become free to live well. This freedom is quiet. It does not announce itself. It does not seek applause. It feels like relief, like exhaling after holding your breath for years. As control loosens here, you stop racing against ordinariness. You allow yourself to belong to life instead of standing apart from it. Belonging replaces proving. And in that belonging, something unexpected happens. You feel more alive, not less. More connected, not smaller. More at ease, not diminished. The fear fades because you realize you were never meant to be extraordinary through control. You were meant to be real. Acceptance brings you back to that truth. You no longer manage life to feel important. You live it, to feel present. And in that presence, suffering loses another root, because the need to be more than human finally lets go. What remains is quieter, steadier, and far more peaceful than the performance control was trying to maintain. As the fear of being ordinary softens and the need to prove worth begins to fade, another skill quietly becomes possible. It is not dramatic. It does not promise comfort. Yet, it is one of the most powerful practices the Stoics ever taught. This is the art of allowing discomfort. Most control exists to avoid discomfort. You plan to avoid anxiety. You manage to avoid embarrassment. You stay busy to avoid stillness. You tighten rules to avoid uncertainty. Discomfort is treated as a warning sign. Something wrong, something to fix, something to escape. But the Stoics saw discomfort differently. They saw it as a teacher, not a threat. Allowing discomfort does not mean seeking pain or denying hardship. It means stopping the reflex to immediately resist what feels unpleasant. Discomfort often arrives before growth, before clarity, before change. When it is blocked, those things are blocked too. Control rushes in to remove discomfort quickly. Acceptance stays and listens. The mind resists discomfort because it feels unsafe. Tightness in the chest, uncertainty in thought, awkwardness in silence, all of these trigger alarm. Control tries to smooth them out, but in doing so, it teaches the nervous system that discomfort is dangerous. This creates a cycle where discomfort feels stronger each time it appears. The Stoics broke this cycle by practicing exposure, not avoidance. They allowed discomfort in small, intentional ways: cold, hunger, silence, criticism, waiting. These experiences were not punishments. They were reminders that discomfort does not destroy you. It passes, and each time you allow it, fear loses authority. Discomfort often carries information. It shows where values are challenged, where boundaries need adjustment, where attachment is present. Control numbs this signal. Acceptance receives it. When you allow discomfort without panic, clarity often follows naturally. Another reason control resists discomfort is identity. You fear that feeling uncomfortable means you are weak, failing, or unprepared. The Stoics rejected this belief. They understood that strength is not the absence of discomfort, but the ability to remain steady within it. Discomfort becomes proof of engagement, not inadequacy. Allowing discomfort also restores choice. When you are not immediately reacting, you gain a moment of space. In that space, response becomes possible. Control removes this space by reacting instantly. Acceptance creates it by staying present. This practice also reduces emotional reactivity. When you allow emotions to exist without correction, they move through more quickly. Anxiety softens when not fed by resistance. Sadness passes when not rushed. Anger cools when not justified. Control prolongs emotions by fighting them. Allowing them shortens their stay. The Stoics believed that peace comes from alignment with reality, not from comfort. Reality includes discomfort. Weather changes, people disagree, bodies tire. When you accept this, discomfort loses its edge. It becomes part of the landscape, not an emergency. Allowing discomfort also deepens courage. Courage is not confidence, it is willingness. Willingness to stay present when things feel uncertain or unpleasant. Each time you allow discomfort without escaping, courage strengthens quietly. You trust yourself more because you have proof that you can endure them. This practice changes how you approach challenges. Instead of asking how to avoid discomfort, you ask how to meet it wisely. This shift removes much fear. You no longer need everything to feel safe before acting. You act with awareness, knowing discomfort may appear and knowing you can handle it. The Stoics practiced this art daily. They did not numb themselves. They did not distract endlessly. They faced what was uncomfortable with steadiness. This steadiness gave them freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from impulse, freedom from constant control. Allowing discomfort also restores authenticity. When you stop editing yourself to avoid awkwardness or disapproval, you become more real. Conversations deepen, boundaries clarify. Life feels less performative. Control tries to polish discomfort away. Acceptance allows truth to remain rough but honest. Over time, you notice something important. Discomfort is not constant. It comes and goes. The more you allow it, the less it dominates attention. It stops feeling urgent. It stops demanding immediate action. It becomes manageable. This does not mean you enjoy discomfort. It means you stop fearing it. Fear was the real burden. Once fear fades, discomfort loses much of its power. As acceptance deepens here, you stop organizing your life around comfort. You choose alignment instead. This choice brings meaning, not ease. But meaning sustains you longer than comfort ever could. The Stoics believed that tranquility is not found in perfect conditions, but in a trained mind. A mind that does not flinch at discomfort. A mind that stays grounded when sensations shift. This art is quiet. No one applauds it. No one sees it. But it changes everything. You become harder to disturb and easier to live with. You stop fighting experience and start moving through it. Suffering often comes not from discomfort itself, but from the refusal to allow it. When that refusal ends, suffering shrinks dramatically. Control loosens because it is no longer needed as protection. You trust yourself within discomfort. That trust replaces force. And in that trust, something steady forms. You realize you do not need to control life to survive it. You only need to stay present within it, even when it is uncomfortable. This is the Stoic art. Simple, difficult, transformative. When you allow discomfort, you stop running from life. You meet it fully. And in that meeting, strength appears without effort. Fear fades without force, and peace becomes possible without control. As the ability to allow discomfort grows, another misunderstanding quietly reveals itself. Control often presents itself as responsibility. It looks like care, diligence, and commitment. But in many cases, control is not an embrace of responsibility at all. It is an escape from it. True responsibility is inward. It asks you to govern your choices, your values, and your responses. Control shifts attention outward. It focuses on managing situations, outcomes, and other people. This shift feels productive, but it often avoids the harder task, taking responsibility for your inner world. Control becomes an escape when it keeps you busy fixing external details instead of facing internal truth. It is easier to organize, plan, correct, and supervise than it is to admit fear, uncertainty, or lack of clarity. Control offers activity. Responsibility requires honesty. The Stoics made a sharp distinction here. They taught that you are responsible for what depends on you, your judgments, intentions, and actions. Everything else is secondary. When control takes over, this order is reversed. You try to manage what does not belong to you while neglecting what does. This escape often hides behind good intentions. You say you are just being proactive, just being careful, just being responsible. But underneath, there may be avoidance. avoidance of difficult decisions, avoidance of setting boundaries, avoidance of sitting with emotions that have no quick fix. Control feels safer than responsibility because it offers the illusion of certainty. Responsibility asks you to choose without guarantees, to act without knowing how things will turn out. Control avoids this vulnerability by staying in motion, constantly adjusting the environment instead of committing internally. Another sign of this escape is blame. When things go wrong, control looks outward. It points to circumstances, people, timing. Responsibility looks inward, not to shame, but to assess. Control avoids this assessment because it threatens the narrative that everything was handled correctly. The Stoics believed responsibility begins with self-examination. They reflected on where their judgments failed, where emotions led them astray, where values were compromised. Control resists this reflection. It keeps the spotlight off the self by focusing on external order. Control also avoids responsibility by delaying action. You keep planning instead of deciding. You keep preparing instead of committing. You tell yourself you are being thorough, but in truth, you are postponing ownership. Responsibility requires choosing a direction and accepting consequences. Control postpones both. This pattern affects relationships deeply. You manage others' behavior instead of clearly stating your needs. You manipulate circumstances instead of having honest conversations. Control avoids responsibility for vulnerability. It keeps interactions indirect and unresolved. Letting go here requires courage. You stop hiding behind activity. You face what actually depends on you. This may mean admitting you do not know what you want, or that you are afraid to choose, or that you have been avoiding accountability for your own reactions. The Stoics saw this confrontation as liberation. When you accept responsibility for your inner life, you no longer need to control the outer one so tightly. You regain agency where it matters most. Control weakens because it is no longer serving avoidance. True responsibility is quieter than control. It does not need to prove itself. It acts when action is required and rests when it is not. It does not micromanage. It commits and adjusts. As acceptance deepens, you notice how much energy control was spending to avoid this clarity. When you step into responsibility, effort becomes simpler. You stop doing 10 things to avoid one honest choice. Responsibility also restores dignity. You no longer need to justify your actions through busyness. You own them. You no longer hide behind systems, plans, or roles. You stand by your values even when it is uncomfortable. The Stoics believed that freedom and responsibility are inseparable. When you avoid responsibility, you lose freedom. You become reactive. When you accept responsibility, freedom returns because you are no longer running from yourself. Control promised safety by managing everything else. Responsibility delivers safety by grounding you in yourself. One scatters attention, the other centers it. This shift does not make life easier, it makes it cleaner. You stop carrying unnecessary burdens. You stop fixing what was never yours. You focus on what actually requires your care. As control loosens here, something steady appears. Confidence. Not confidence in outcomes, but confidence in character. You trust that you can respond honestly even when things are uncertain. Suffering often grows when responsibility is avoided and displaced onto control. When you bring responsibility back home, suffering shrinks, not because problems vanish, but because you are no longer divided. You stop escaping into control. You step into ownership. And in that step, the need to dominate life fades. Acceptance deepens again, not as surrender, but as accountability. You accept your role without inflating it. You act where you can. You release what you cannot. And in that balance, peace becomes possible. Not because everything is managed, but because you are finally responsible for the one thing that truly matters: how you live, choose, and respond, moment by moment, without hiding behind control. As responsibility returns to its rightful place and control loses its disguise, a deeper effect becomes clear. Control does not only create tension or avoidance. Over time, it does something quieter and more damaging. It shrinks the soul. The soul here is not something mystical. It is your inner sense of aliveness, curiosity, openness, depth. The part of you that feels moved by life rather than guarded against it. Control narrows this inner space because it demands certainty, safety, and predictability above all else. Anything that does not fit those demands is pushed away. When control dominates, life becomes smaller. You limit experiences to what can be managed. You choose familiarity over discovery. You reduce risk, not because it is harmful, but because it is unknown. Slowly, the range of what you allow yourself to feel, explore, and become begins to contract. The Stoics understood that a full life requires exposure to uncertainty, not reckless exposure, but openness. When you close yourself off from uncertainty, you also close yourself off from growth. Control promises protection, but the cost is depth. You may feel safe, but you feel less alive. This shrinking often happens without awareness. You stop asking big questions because answers feel unsettling. You stop sitting in silence because it feels unproductive. You stop engaging with ideas that challenge you because they disturb order. The soul needs space to stretch. Control tightens that space. Another way control shrinks the soul is by reducing life to function. You focus on efficiency, outcomes, and management. You ask what something is useful for instead of what it means. Beauty becomes decoration. Connection becomes transaction. Moments become tasks. Meaning fades because it cannot be controlled. The Stoics believed that meaning arises from alignment with nature, not domination of it. Nature includes uncertainty, mystery, and change. When you resist these, you resist the very forces that deepen perspective. Control flattens experience by removing what cannot be measured or predicted. This shrinking also affects emotional range. Control prefers neutral or manageable feelings. It avoids intensity. Joy is moderated. Grief is rushed. Wonder is explained away. Over time, emotions feel muted. You are stable but distant from yourself. The soul also shrinks when curiosity is replaced by certainty. Curiosity opens. Certainty closes. Control feeds certainty because certainty feels safe. But certainty freezes understanding. You stop learning not because you know enough, but because questioning feels disruptive. The Stoics warned against this rigidity. They believed wisdom requires flexibility of mind. When you allow yourself to be questioned by life, your inner world expands. When you insist on being right, it contracts. Control also shrinks the soul by keeping life transactional. You evaluate experiences based on outcomes. Was it worth it? Did it work? Did it lead somewhere? Experiences that do not produce results are dismissed. But many of life's most meaningful moments do not lead anywhere. They deepen you. Control cannot value this because it does not know how to measure it. As acceptance deepens, something begins to reverse. You allow moments without purpose. You allow questions without answers. You allow feelings without resolution. These allowances create space. The inner world starts to breathe again. You notice beauty without trying to capture it. You listen without planning a response. You engage without knowing where it will lead. This openness restores depth. The soul expands because it is no longer constrained by constant management. The Stoics lived with this openness. They did not try to extract certainty from life. They accepted its complexity. This acceptance gave them inner richness. Their lives were not larger in appearance, but deeper in substance. Control shrinks the soul because it trades depth for safety. Acceptance restores the soul by trading illusion for truth. Truth includes discomfort, mystery, and impermanence. When these are allowed, life feels fuller. This does not mean chaos. It means spaciousness. The difference is subtle but profound. Chaos overwhelms. Spaciousness holds. Control fears both. Acceptance welcomes the second. As the soul expands again, you feel more present, more connected, more capable of wonder. Problems still exist, but they no longer consume everything. There is room around them. Suffering thrives in a narrow inner world. When everything feels urgent and constrained, pain dominates attention. When the inner world expands, pain takes its place among many experiences. It is still there, but it no longer defines the whole. The Stoics believed that peace is not found by shrinking life to fit fear, but by enlarging the self to meet life. Control does the first. Acceptance does the second. As control loosens, you stop trying to live safely at the expense of depth. You allow yourself to be touched by life again. This does not make you fragile. It makes you whole. The soul was never meant to be managed. It was meant to be lived. When you stop forcing life into narrow lanes, something opens. Perspective widens. Meaning returns. This is why control shrinks the soul. It limits what you allow yourself to experience. And this is why letting go restores it. You stop editing life down to what feels safe. Acceptance invites life in, as it is, messy, uncertain, rich. And in that invitation, the soul grows again. Suffering loses ground, not because problems disappear, but because life is no longer reduced to them. There is room for joy, awe, grief, learning, and rest to coexist. When the soul is allowed to expand, control becomes unnecessary. You no longer need to shrink life to survive it. You grow instead. And in that growth, something quiet and steady returns, a sense of depth, of belonging, of being fully alive without needing to dominate anything at all. As the inner world expands again and the soul is no longer held tight by fear, one quiet problem still remains for many people. Even when nothing is wrong, even when effort has paused, rest does not arrive. This is where control reveals one of its most stubborn effects. Control makes rest feel unsafe. Rest is not simply the absence of work. It is the absence of inner vigilance. Control refuses this absence. It believes that if attention relaxes, something will be missed, something will go wrong, something will fall apart. So even when the body stops, the mind stays active. It reviews, it plans, it worries, it prepares. The result is exhaustion without relief. This inability to rest is often praised. You are told it means you care, that you are driven, that you are responsible. But inside, the cost accumulates. The nervous system never fully resets. Sleep becomes shallow. Silence becomes uncomfortable. Stillness feels like wasted time. Control turns rest into guilt. The Stoics understood that rest is not laziness, it is restoration. Without it, judgment weakens and emotions grow reactive. A mind that never rests loses clarity. Control resists rest because it mistakes tension for effectiveness. It believes constant readiness equals strength. This belief often forms during periods when vigilance was necessary. Times of instability teach the mind to stay alert. But when conditions change, the habit remains. Control keeps the alarm system on even when there is no fire. The body lives in a state of low-grade stress that slowly drains vitality. You can feel this in moments that should be peaceful. Sitting still brings restlessness. Doing nothing creates anxiety. You feel the urge to check, adjust, or improve something, anything. Control cannot tolerate unstructured time because unstructured time offers no leverage. The inability to rest also disconnects you from your body. The body asks for pause through fatigue, tension, or heaviness. Control overrides these signals. It pushes through. Over time, the body stops asking politely. It demands attention through burnout, illness, or collapse. The Stoics believe that the body is not an obstacle to discipline, but a partner. Ignoring its limits is not strength, it is misalignment. Control breaks this partnership by prioritizing output over balance. Rest also threatens identity. When you stop doing, you stop proving. Control fears that without effort, worth disappears. This fear keeps you busy, even when rest would make you more effective. You rest only when forced, and even then, guilt lingers. Letting go here requires redefining rest. Rest is not quitting, it is maintenance. It is what allows effort to remain clean rather than desperate. The Stoics practiced alternating exertion with withdrawal. They acted fully, then rested fully. They did not half-rest with a worried mind. True rest requires trust. Trust that nothing essential will collapse if you step back. Trust that you do not need to supervise every moment. Trust that life continues even when you pause. Control lacks this trust. Acceptance restores it. When you allow yourself to rest without monitoring, the nervous system finally settles. Breathing deepens, muscles release. The mind becomes quieter not through force, but through permission. This permission is what control withholds. As acceptance deepens, rest becomes easier. You stop negotiating with yourself about whether you deserve it. You stop filling pauses with distraction. You allow boredom. You allow stillness. These moments recharge more than sleep alone ever could. Rest also restores perspective. When you are constantly active, problems feel larger than they are. When you rest, distance appears. Urgency fades. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. Control keeps problems close. Rest creates space. The Stoics understood that rest sharpens wisdom. A rested mind sees clearly. It reacts less. It chooses better. Control resists rest because it fears losing momentum. In reality, rest improves direction. This shift also changes how you relate to time. You stop racing through moments. You stop treating rest as an interruption. You see it as part of rhythm. Life moves in cycles, not straight lines. Control tries to flatten these cycles. Acceptance respects them. Over time, the inability to rest fades, not because responsibilities disappear, but because trust returns. You trust yourself to return when needed. You trust life to hold without constant supervision. Suffering often deepens when rest is denied. Fatigue magnifies fear. Tired minds create heavier stories. When rest returns, suffering shrinks naturally. Problems do not vanish, but they lose intensity. The Stoics believed that tranquility requires knowing when to act and when to stop. Control only knows how to act. Acceptance knows when stopping is the wiser choice. As control loosens its grip here, something gentle enters life again. Ease. Not laziness. Ease. Movement without strain. Stillness without guilt. You begin to experience rest, not as absence, but as presence. Presence with nothing to fix, nothing to manage, nothing to prove. And in that presence, the mind finally experiences what it has been chasing through control all along. Safety. Not the fragile safety of constant vigilance, but the steady safety of trust. This is where rest becomes possible. Not because everything is finished, but because you stop insisting that everything must be watched. Control made rest feel dangerous. Acceptance makes it natural again. And when rest returns, strength returns with it. Quietly, steadily, without force. Life feels lighter, not because demands vanished, but because you no longer carry them without pause. This is one of the deepest gifts of letting go. You remember how to rest, and in that rest, suffering loses another place to hide. As rest slowly becomes possible again, and the body relearns how to stand down, a common fear often appears. It whispers that if you stop controlling, if you stop pushing, if you stop resisting, you will slide into passivity, into giving up, into resignation. This fear keeps many people locked in struggle far longer than necessary. But acceptance and resignation are not the same. In fact, they move in opposite directions. Resignation is collapse. Acceptance is clarity. Resignation says, nothing matters, so why try? Acceptance says, this is what is happening, so I will respond wisely. One drains energy, the other preserves it. One disconnects you from life, the other places you directly inside it. The confusion happens because both acceptance and resignation involve stopping a fight. From the outside, they can look similar. Both release resistance. Both stop forcing outcomes. But internally, the difference is profound. Resignation gives up agency. Acceptance reclaims it. Resignation is rooted in helplessness. It appears when you believe your actions no longer make a difference. The mind shuts down hope, effort, and engagement to avoid disappointment. There is often bitterness underneath, a sense of having been defeated by life. Resignation pulls away from responsibility and hides inside apathy. Acceptance is rooted in realism. It does not deny difficulty. It does not pretend things are fine. It simply acknowledges facts without adding judgment. From that clear view, action becomes possible again. Acceptance does not say, I can't do anything. It says, I see what I can and cannot change. The Stoics were very clear about this distinction. They never taught resignation. They taught disciplined engagement with reality. They accepted events they could not control, so they could act effectively where they could. Their acceptance was active, not passive. Resignation avoids pain by numbing. Acceptance meets pain by staying present. This is why resignation feels heavy and flat, while acceptance often brings relief, even in hardship. Acceptance removes unnecessary struggle. Resignation removes meaning. You can feel the difference in your body. Resignation feels slumped. Energy drops. Motivation fades. Acceptance feels grounded. Calm does not disappear, but strength remains available. You are not tense, but you are not collapsed either. Another key difference is attention. Resignation turns away. Acceptance turns toward. Resignation avoids reality because it feels overwhelming. Acceptance faces reality because it wants to understand it clearly. This facing allows adjustment. Resignation also tends to freeze time. You feel stuck. You stop believing in change. Acceptance keeps time moving. Even when outcomes are uncertain, acceptance stays engaged with the present moment. It adapts instead of withdraws. Many people fear acceptance because they think it means approving of what is wrong. It does not. Acceptance does not say something is good. It says something is real. This honesty is what makes change possible. You cannot change what you refuse to see. Resignation refuses to see. Acceptance sees clearly. In relationships, resignation leads to emotional withdrawal. You stop trying. You stop communicating. You tell yourself it's not worth the effort. Acceptance does the opposite. It clarifies boundaries. It allows honest conversations. It may lead to staying or leaving, but either choice is conscious. In personal growth, resignation abandons effort. Acceptance refines it. You stop trying to become someone else and start working with who you are now. Progress becomes realistic instead of idealized. The Stoics practiced acceptance to protect their strength, not to avoid life. They believed that struggling against facts wastes energy. That energy is better used to choose how to act. Acceptance conserves strength so it can be applied where it matters. Resignation is often accompanied by quiet anger or sadness. Acceptance often brings calm mixed with resolve. You may still feel grief or disappointment, but you are not trapped in them. You move through them. Another difference lies in self-respect. Resignation often includes self-blame or self-neglect. Acceptance includes self-honesty and care. You stop demanding the impossible from yourself. You stop punishing yourself for reality. Acceptance also restores responsibility. Not responsibility for outcomes, but responsibility for response. You stop saying, "What's the point?" and start asking, "What is needed now?" This question keeps you alive to possibility. The fear that acceptance leads to resignation is itself a form of control. It assumes that without pressure, you will fall apart. Experience shows the opposite. When pressure lifts, clarity appears. When clarity appears, action becomes intentional. Resignation closes the door. Acceptance opens a window. The Stoics believed that acceptance is the beginning of wisdom. It creates a stable foundation. From that foundation, courage, discipline, and justice can function properly. Without acceptance, these qualities turn into force or avoidance. As acceptance deepens, you stop confusing peace with passivity. You realize that calm does not mean inaction. It means acting without inner resistance. This makes effort sustainable. Suffering often persists because people oscillate between control and resignation. They fight until exhausted, then collapse. Acceptance offers a third path, one that does not require domination or surrender. You stop wrestling reality. You stop lying down under it. You stand with it. This stance changes everything. You become harder to break, not because you are rigid, but because you are aligned. You bend where bending is needed. You hold firm where values are involved. Acceptance is not the end of effort. It is the end of wasted effort. Resignation abandons life. Acceptance participates fully, without illusion. As control loosens, this distinction becomes clear in experience, not theory. You feel more capable, not less, more present, not detached, more alive, not indifferent. This is why the Stoics trusted acceptance. They knew it was not weakness, it was precision. It removed the fog, so action could be clean. When you accept what is, you are not giving up. You are finally seeing where to stand. And from that place, you move forward with less struggle, less fear, and far less suffering than before. Acceptance does not ask you to disappear. It asks you to show up honestly. Resignation turns away. Acceptance turns you back toward life. And that difference is everything. As the difference between acceptance and resignation becomes clearer, another misunderstanding begins to unravel. Many people believe that control is a sign of strong willpower, that forcing yourself through difficulty, tightening discipline, and pushing harder is proof of strength. But the Stoics saw something different. Control often misuses willpower, turning a valuable inner resource into a blunt instrument. Willpower is meant to guide choice, not to overpower reality. When used wisely, it helps you act in line with your values. When misused, it becomes a tool for self-attack. Control leans heavily on this misuse. It demands constant effort, constant resistance, constant pressure. Over time, willpower is drained, not strengthened. You can feel this misuse when effort turns harsh, when your inner voice becomes demanding instead of guiding, when you push yourself even when clarity is gone. Control treats willpower like an unlimited resource. It is not. The more it is used to fight what cannot be changed, the less remains for what truly matters. The Stoics understood that willpower is not about force. It is about direction. You choose where to apply it. When you apply willpower to control outcomes, people, or emotions, it is wasted. These things resist. When you apply willpower to your judgments and actions, it works. It produces steadiness instead of strain. Misused willpower often shows up as rigidity. You stick to decisions long after they stop making sense. You force consistency when adaptation is needed. You keep pushing because stopping feels like failure. Control confuses persistence with wisdom, but persistence without clarity becomes stubbornness. Another sign of misuse is burnout. You may feel disciplined on the outside, but inside there is resentment. You dread what you once valued. Motivation feels forced. This is not because you lack willpower. It is because willpower has been used to suppress signals instead of respond to them. The Stoics warned against this inner violence. They believed that reason should guide effort, not brute force. When willpower ignores reason, it becomes destructive. You may achieve short-term compliance, but long-term balance is lost. Misused willpower also weakens self-trust. When you constantly override your own limits, the body and mind learn that signals will be ignored. They stop communicating clearly. Fatigue deepens. Confusion grows. Control then responds by pushing harder, creating a vicious cycle. Acceptance breaks this cycle. It redirects willpower away from resistance and toward alignment. You stop using effort to fight reality. You use it to choose how you respond within reality. This shift preserves energy and restores effectiveness. Another misuse of willpower is emotional suppression. You force yourself to stay calm, positive, or unaffected. This looks like control, but it is costly. Emotions do not disappear when suppressed. They accumulate. Willpower is spent holding them down. Eventually they surface with more intensity. The Stoics practiced emotional regulation, not suppression. They examined impressions before reacting. They allowed feelings to exist without obeying them blindly. This required far less willpower than suppression because it worked with the mind, not against it. Control also misuses willpower by applying it constantly instead of selectively. Everything becomes an effort. Decisions feel heavy. Even simple tasks require pushing. Willpower fatigue sets in, and the mind mistakes this fatigue for weakness. In truth, it is exhaustion from misuse. When acceptance deepens, effort becomes lighter. You are no longer fighting facts. You can serve willpower for moments that truly require choice, speaking honestly, acting ethically, showing courage. These moments are where willpower belongs. The Stoics believed that restraint is a form of strength. Knowing when not to apply force is wisdom. Control lacks this restraint. It applies pressure everywhere. Acceptance applies pressure only where it matters. This shift also restores flexibility. When willpower is not overused, you can adapt. You can change course without shame. You can rest without guilt. You can act decisively without desperation. Misusing willpower often creates pride around endurance. You admire yourself for pushing through. But endurance without alignment is not virtue. It is survival. The Stoics valued endurance, but only when it served reason and character. As acceptance grows, you stop proving strength through suffering. You stop measuring worth by how much you can tolerate. You choose effort that has meaning. This choice renews willpower instead of draining it. You also notice that many battles disappear when willpower is withdrawn from them. Problems soften when not resisted. Emotions pass when not suppressed. Situations resolve when not forced. Willpower was never needed there. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering desire and aversion, not from overpowering the world. When willpower is used to manage inner reactions, it builds freedom. When used to dominate outer events, it builds frustration. Over time, the misuse fades. You become more intentional. You act when action is needed. You rest when rest is needed. You stop treating life as something to conquer. Suffering often grows when willpower is spent on unwinnable fights. When you stop spending it there, strength returns. Not dramatic strength, but steady strength. Acceptance does not weaken willpower. It protects it. It ensures that effort is applied where it can actually make a difference. Control misuses willpower by turning it into a weapon. Acceptance restores it as a compass. And with that restoration, the mind becomes clearer, the body less strained, and life easier to meet without constant force. You realize that true strength was never about pushing harder, it was about choosing wisely. When willpower is guided by acceptance, it stops being a source of suffering and becomes a quiet ally. And in that alliance, control loosens again, because force is no longer needed to feel capable. You move forward with less strain, more clarity, and far less suffering than before. This is the Stoic correction. Not more willpower, but better use of it. As willpower is returned to its proper place and effort becomes more intentional, another form of control begins to surface, one that lives almost entirely in the future. It is quiet, persistent, and deeply unsettling. This is the anxiety of anticipated failure. Anticipated failure is suffering in advance. It is the habit of living through losses that have not yet happened. The mind projects forward, imagines mistakes, rejection, collapse, and then reacts as if those outcomes are already real. Control fuels this habit because it believes that worrying ahead of time is a form of preparation. But this anxiety does not prepare, it drains. The mind treats the future like a courtroom where every possible outcome is tried in advance. You rehearse what could go wrong. You imagine how it would feel to fail. You plan defenses against embarrassment or loss. This constant projection creates tension without resolution. There is no action to take, only fear to endure. The Stoics saw this clearly. They warned that the mind often suffers more from imagination than from reality. Anticipated failure multiplies pain by adding fear to uncertainty. Instead of meeting events as they arrive, you carry their imagined weight long before they exist. This anxiety often disguises itself as responsibility. You tell yourself you are being realistic, careful, smart. But underneath, there is mistrust. Mistrust in your ability to respond if things go wrong. Control tries to eliminate surprise by living it early. This does not reduce fear. It trains the mind to expect disaster. Anticipated failure also freezes action. When the mind is already exhausted by imagined loss, motivation fades. You hesitate. You delay. You avoid starting because failure already feels unbearable. The irony is painful. Fear of failure becomes the very reason growth stops. The Stoics believed that failure is not something to be prevented at all costs. It is something to be faced with character. They focused on effort, not outcome. When effort is sincere, failure loses its power to define you. Control ignores this and treats outcomes as verdicts on worth. This anxiety also distorts perception. You become hyper-aware of risks and blind to possibility. You notice warning signs everywhere. Neutral feedback feels negative. Ambiguity feels dangerous. The mind scans constantly for confirmation of its fears. Another cost is emotional fatigue. You experience stress twice, once in imagination, once if the event actually happens. Most of the time, the event never happens, but the stress was real. The body paid the price anyway. The Stoics practiced returning attention to the present task. They refused to rehearse misfortune endlessly. They prepared rationally, then released the future. If something went wrong, they trusted themselves to respond then, not now. Letting go of anticipated failure begins with recognizing that the future does not require emotional rehearsal. You can plan without panicking. You can acknowledge risk without living inside it. You can prepare contingencies without identifying with catastrophe. This shift brings relief. The mind stops carrying weight it was never meant to carry. Energy returns to the present. Action becomes possible again. As acceptance deepens, you stop asking, "What if I fail?" and start asking, "What is required now?" This question belongs to reality, not imagination. It grounds you. You also learn to separate outcome from identity. Failure becomes an event, not a sentence. This separation weakens fear dramatically. You no longer need to avoid failure to protect yourself. The Stoics believe that courage is not confidence that things will go well. It is trust that you will meet whatever comes with integrity. This trust dissolves the need to suffer ahead of time. Over time, anticipated failure loses its grip. You still notice risk, but you no longer live inside it. You accept uncertainty without filling it with fear. Suffering shrinks here because one of its greatest fuel sources, imagined futures, runs dry. You stop paying interest on problems that do not yet exist. Control loosens because it no longer needs to protect you from an imagined collapse. You trust your capacity to respond when reality actually arrives. And in that trust, something shifts. The future stops feeling like a threat. It becomes simply unknown. Unknown is not dangerous. It is open. You move forward lighter, not because outcomes are guaranteed, but because you are no longer living through them twice. This is the Stoic relief. You stop failing in imagination. You start living in reality. And when reality is met directly, without anticipation poisoning it, most fears lose their power before they ever have a chance to become real. As the grip of anticipated failure loosens and the mind returns from imagined futures to lived reality, another barrier quietly reveals itself. Control does not only project fear forward, it also locks pain in place behind you. This is where control blocks forgiveness. Forgiveness is often misunderstood as approval or forgetting. In truth, it is release. It is the decision to stop carrying what no longer serves you. Control resists this release because it believes holding on is protective. It tells you that remembering the wound prevents it from happening again, that letting go means excusing harm. So the mind tightens its grip on the past. This grip keeps pain active. Each memory is revisited not to heal, but to maintain vigilance. Control uses memory as a warning system, but memory held this way does not protect. It reopens. The body reacts as if the event is happening again. The nervous system stays on alert. Forgiveness is delayed, and suffering stretches on. The Stoics understood that resentment harms the one who holds it far more than the one it targets. When control blocks forgiveness, it traps you in a permanent defensive posture. You are not responding to what is happening now, but to what once happened. Life moves forward. The mind stays behind. Control also ties forgiveness to justice. It tells you that forgiveness can only happen once everything is resolved, explained, or repaid. But life rarely offers clean resolution. Waiting for it keeps you bound to events that cannot be changed. Forgiveness does not require fairness to be restored. It requires you to stop sacrificing your present to protect a past that no longer exists. Another way control blocks forgiveness is by personalizing harm. You believe the injury defines the relationship, the person, or even yourself. Control insists on meaning. They hurt me because I was weak. This happened because I was foolish. These stories make forgiveness feel like self-betrayal. Letting go feels like denying your own experience. The Stoics separated action from character. They understood that people act from ignorance, fear, and limitation. This perspective does not erase harm, but it removes the need to carry it indefinitely. Forgiveness becomes an act of clarity, not denial. Control also fears vulnerability. Forgiving feels like lowering defenses. Control prefers armor, but armor weighs you down long after the battle is over. Forgiveness removes armor you no longer need. Control keeps it on, even when it cuts into your skin. You can feel this blockage when anger resurfaces unexpectedly, when a memory still triggers tension, when bitterness appears even after time has passed. Time alone does not heal. Forgiveness requires release. Control delays that release indefinitely. Forgiveness is not a single decision. It is a process of letting go again and again. Control interrupts this process by revisiting the offense repeatedly. Each revisit feels justified. Each revisit renews pain. The cycle continues. The Stoics believed that inner freedom requires releasing what you cannot change. Past harm cannot be undone. Control keeps you tied to it. Acceptance loosens the bond. Forgiveness is acceptance applied to injury. Letting go here does not mean reopening doors that should remain closed. Boundaries and forgiveness are different. You can forgive and still protect yourself. Control confuses the two, believing that forgiveness means exposure. In reality, forgiveness allows boundaries to be held without bitterness. As acceptance deepens, forgiveness becomes possible because you stop asking the past to behave differently. You acknowledge what happened without reliving it. You release the demand that it make sense or feel fair. This release lightens the mind. Forgiveness also restores presence. When you are no longer revisiting old wounds, attention returns to now. Energy that was trapped in memory becomes available for living. The Stoics practiced forgiveness by focusing on their own conduct. They asked whether holding resentment improved their character. When the answer was no, they released it. This was not weakness, it was self-respect. Control blocks forgiveness because it fears losing leverage. Forgiveness removes leverage because it removes the past's power over you. Control prefers to keep that power close. Acceptance lets it go. As forgiveness begins, suffering reduces quietly. The body relaxes. The mind stops rehearsing. You are no longer fighting someone who is not here. You stop punishing yourself in the name of justice. This does not mean forgetting. It means remembering without re-experiencing. It means learning without reliving. It means carrying wisdom instead of pain. Forgiveness returns dignity. You are no longer defined by what was done to you. You define yourself by how you live now. The Stoics believed that peace is not found by winning against others, but by freeing yourself. Forgiveness is that freedom. When control releases its grip on resentment, space opens. You breathe easier. You move forward lighter. Life feels less burdened by echoes. Suffering lingers where forgiveness is blocked. When it flows, suffering fades. Not because wounds were erased, but because they were no longer reopened. Acceptance deepens once more. You stop guarding the past. You stop living against it. You allow yourself to be here. And in that presence, forgiveness does what control never could. It ends the fight. You do not forgive to heal others. You forgive to reclaim yourself. When control steps aside, forgiveness steps in. And with it comes relief, clarity, and the quiet return of peace that was waiting all along. Suffering did not come from life being difficult. It came from fighting what life already was, from gripping what could not be held, from trying to control outcomes, people, time, emotions, and meaning itself. Along the way, control promised safety, but delivered tension, exhaustion, loneliness, fear, and distance from the present moment. Acceptance was never weakness. It was clarity. It was the moment effort stopped being wasted and strength finally found its place. When control loosened, learning returned. Rest became possible. Forgiveness opened. Awe reappeared. Presence came back online. Not because life became easy, but because resistance ended. The Stoics were never passive. They were precise. They chose their response instead of demanding control. They stood steady inside uncertainty instead of trying to erase it. And that steadiness is what turns suffering into wisdom. If something in this journey spoke to you, if one idea felt uncomfortably true or quietly relieving, leave a comment with the word acceptance. It lets me know you didn't just listen, you reflected. And if this kind of calm, honest wisdom helps you see life differently, subscribe to the channel. More reflections like this are coming, meant to steady the mind, soften the struggle, and remind you that peace begins where control ends. Until next time, breathe easier. You don't have to hold everything anymore.